And testing, testing, testing. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night, and welcome to today's afternoon session of Wisconsin versus Anderson. Wait, yeah, it's Wisconsin, isn't it? It's like 4 in the morning, people. How are we doing? I can see everyone here. We're already rating across. Fantastic. Um, I did give the link out, so we may have some guests. How's the sleep? Got a little bit. Can't really complain, D-Way, but thank you very much for asking. All right, let's have a quick look through here. Stingy, when do you get your wrench for visibility for your input? Probably pretty soon, actually. All right, where are we? Tom Gills, hello. Gillis, my apologies. Medita Finn, hello. Just Dawn, good to see you. Fire Red Podcast, hello. Megan Told, Simbad, fantastic. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Am I allowed to say that, or is it like the M1? No, you can say Aussie if you want. It's a different A word you can't say. You're fine with Aussie. Fun size, good morning. Chris Rowland, good to see you too. Watching from home today, my van broke, so I can't go to work. Oh, well, there you go. Well, hoping your family doing well. Have a great stream. Hope this is going to be an epic day. Thank you very much, Susie Tribe. Very much appreciate that. Oh no, just looked at the Lowe's website for drywall mod. Do I want to know? I'm assuming that that's something. I mean, I caught bits and pieces of the of Jeff's show this morning. I clicked in right around the time that he started talking about ordering double D's online. Prosecution last witness sucks. Court's supposed to be back at 1 p.m. in 45 minutes. Okay, well that's fine because what we have on the docket here is a tourist interacting with a police officer in Bali, which always goes well. Police officers and basically a SWAT team breaking in while someone's on the can. And the video of the guy that was charged with indecent exposure for going running on the street. And it looks like we have the dump coming across, or at least I should hope so, because Mr. Vices is here.
I have
Nicholas. Thanks for joining.
Hi there.
Long time no see.
Alrighty. Just going to jump through because now that there's like 500 people, chat has jumped, which I'm not shocked by. I'm glowing today. Must be the different light.
He's a fan. And he's a glowy.
Oh, yeah. I'm absolutely a glowy. I'm friends with glowies. Yeah.
See, when will people understand that you can't boomer the raids? You literally just say, go raid Aussie, and you push save. And what happens after that is completely 100% up to YouTube.
Yeah, absolutely.
It seems like about 50 to 60% of people get redirected, and the others just left to wander aimlessly.
I actually think it might be proportionate to the size of the channel that you're redirecting to, because when I do it to significantly smaller channels, I reckon, so on the days when I've got, like, take yesterday, for example, there was, 1,500 people watching by the end of the stream. I sent it off to another channel, and about 200 made the jump.
Wow.
So I think that there's something there.
So that's interesting.
Huh. Mine never works. Well, you're here. That's the main thing.
Well, I can't remember who I was supposed to be raiding, but YouTube decided I wanted to raid Legal Eagle, which is probably the last person I'd want to raid. But guess they thought differently.
Matt, it may well have something to do with autoplay. I do not know. It's something in the background anyway.
It's beyond my pay grade. All right, so do you want the quick review of what happened?
Yep, hang on. Let me just grab my pad.
Oh, you don't need a pad.
Oh, it was that entertaining? Okay.
Nothing.
Yep.
The end. Am I wrong, Nicholas? Did I miss something, or did nothing happen? I mean, I can read you my exact notes that I took in, what was that, 4.5 hours? No, yeah, it was about 4.5 hours. Well, there is some good news. This is the last witness this is the prosecution's last witness. So they're going to.
Thank God. Okay.
And of course, you're going to get a really cool witness this afternoon. You're going to be hopefully getting another prison guy who's going to directly counter the prison snitches testimony.
That's what I wanted to see.
They've already called
Chandler.
the guy's lawyer and said that the lawyer should be on standby. They're going to bring his guy to the courtroom, and they'll give him about a 2-hour heads up for when he needs to be in court. So I'm assuming that call may have already gone out. Literally, this is my notes for 4 hours. Future witness Ahmed called in. Zach's internet searches, texts, license plate search. Those are my notes for 4 hours of this trial.
Oh, damn it.
They spent a good hour and 15 minutes looking at his internet searches, which all seem to be like eBay and Amazon for tracking software. He apparently did a license plate search, and they sent some text messages. Now they're going over the Walmart video again. Yeah.
I'm kind of glad, actually. I slept through the alarm because I did say that I was going to get up and start the trial with Jeff, but yeah.
Well, when you called me, I remember it just, I don't know how long it was ringing, but it was on vibrate. And I was just like thinking it was vibrating, going, no, it can't possibly be my alarm because I know I haven't been asleep that long. And I just had to process it. And I went, oh, I guess it's a phone call. Oh, it's Ozzy. What happened? So that was kind of my thought process.
Oh, that's what it is. If you don't have autoplay enabled, you can't be redirected.
Really? Oh, interesting.
Well, there you go, people. The annoyance of autoplay is what is keeping you from seeing all the fabulous content that we redirect you to on occasion.
Well, the most interesting this morning was the apartment complex. If you looked on Google Maps, you could, if you squint a bit, read out FUCK.
I'm sorry, what?
Like the aerial view of the apartment complex. If you squinted really hard, you could perhaps make out that word. Well, that's interesting to know.
Yeah, very underpaid city planner on his last day of work, probably.
Almost guaranteed that that's what it was too. Okay, interesting. So 4 hours, we had 4 lines of text for.
Yeah, with an average of 3 words per line. So good luck thinking about what you're going to talk about for the next 30 minutes, because I'm tired AF because for some reason I didn't get a good sleep this morning.
Sorry to hear that.
No, well, if there's another near miss trial, just feel free to give me a call.
I will try to allow you to sleep. I do have some things saved because, let's face it, we have breaks and that sort of thing. Mal, where is Joe? No clue. He had both the link in the private chat and I've texted to him on Twitter. So,
yeah,
if he makes the jump, he makes the jump. Otherwise, guys, you're stuck with me keeping you entertained.
Yeah, because I'm not going to be here. Yeah, it's probably a good thing. Anyway, everybody, I am going to take off. I got to do a couple things. Probably get to sleep about 3 a.m., which is 30 minutes from now if I hurry. So just everybody take care and enjoy the afternoon, and we'll see y'all tomorrow, today, or depending how you look at it. It's later today for me. All right, folks, take care. Nicholas, Hayden, Chandler, you guys are awesome. We'll see you soon.
Good night, Jeff.
Bye.
Sleep well.
Okay, where do we want to start? The SWAT team breaking in on a guy that's sitting on the can, or the overweight guy that was charged with indecent exposure for trying to jog down the street?
Oh god, they both sound so good, I can't decide. I don't know, Nicholas, what do you think?
Reverend Nicholas?
Let's go for the overweight guy.
Okay.
Maybe I can feel some kindred to that guy as an overweight who may or may not have pants on.
Pants in prison.
You never know with law tubers if they're wearing pants.
This is true.
Just stating a fact.
White guys just trying to live. Pretty much. All right, audio is up. All right.
31-year-old Dwayne Townsend is charged with indecent exposure and disorderly conduct on several occasions dating back to November of 2018.
And you see, that's what the problem is. Now, it's a beautiful day. I want to come outside with my shirt off, and I was just jogging, trying to get my body back in shape. And all of a sudden, I get hit stick like I'm on Madden, just boom, out of nowhere by a cop. And, it scared the hell out of me. I was so scared, y'all, I didn't own myself. And I'm talking about I was wet. I was wetter than a whale in a bubble bath drinking a bottle of water, okay? And to myself, I said, indecent exposure? Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. What you want me to do? I'm a man. You want me to put on a bra? Man, that bra strap will snap like a bungee cord. Just go. And, I just came out of court, and they just gave me 2 court dates. One for each titty.
It's had a fantastic response.
Oh my god.
2 court dates, one very shitty.
I needed that this morning. Thank you. Also, I love his little hat so much.
Yeah. I know the feeling.
Oh
How
my
to
gosh.
never fit in a hat because of my giant head.
Oh, I love that hat. I remember that hat. You wore that on FM Friday. That's a good one.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I have the same size nose as Nick Ricada, but my giant head makes my nose look normal.
Okay. Now, I haven't
Oh my
actually
God, that was
watched this, so
really
I don't know if this one's funny or not. All I saw was the tagline, there was an attempt to take a crap, and then there's a door opening and there's a bunch of SWAT team. So,
Okay.
Come on, man.
Whoa, what the fuck, man? I'm taking this.
Stand up off the toilet now.
What the fuck?
Stand up off the toilet now. Stand up.
What the fuck, man? I'm just.
Stand up. I'm going to give you an opportunity to pull your pants up. And let's get this taken care of. We're done having this discussion, bud. I told you I needed you to come out and chat with me. Now I told you yes, we're going to escalate it, and we're to that point.
Okay, can I wipe my ass?
what the fuck? What situation could you possibly be in where you were sitting on the can and the police feel the need to escalate the situation?
What
Well-
did the man do? I'm curious.
And
wanna
the
know.
shield. I mean, what are they expecting?
No wiping your ass. Nope.
Oh
Hostage
my God.
negotiation? I hope nothing's being held hostage.
Was this the guy who said that he was going to blow up the bathroom and then clarify that he wasn't going to use a bomb? Because I did see that headline
Potentially.
somewhere.
I look, honestly, I have no idea what the background to any of this is. If he's clearly a threat and has a turd gun.
I mean, where would he even holster
Oh,
one?
really?
Oh, Natalie, you came at the best time.
Oh, really? I'm just like having an office day for the most part. So I was just like, I'll just pop back in. It's like having friends.
Well, there you go.
I'm so happy you're here. Yeah, we're watching some fun videos.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't mean to turn my video off.
No, it's perfectly fine. We were just
It's
having a
okay.
discussion as to what possible situation this guy could be. This gentleman is sitting on the toilet, and a SWAT team have just opened the door and ordered him to get off. We don't understand what possible scenario it is.
I
So,
This is one
mean,
of those.
Ashley?
sorry.
maybe there's an explosive device in the toilet.
Well, that's what people are saying, and I'm just like, okay, well, this sort of starts as soon as the police open the door, so we have no context whatsoever for the video, but it's completely like, Love that guy's
Okay, hold on.
videos. He's witnessed a murder in another news story. Oh, seriously? Okay, well, look. We'll replay the first one for Natalie because it sounds like she could use a
The
laugh.
jogging
too,
guy?
so.
Oh,
Oh, I'd watch that again.
I love to laugh. You can always make me laugh.
Okay, all right, let me just.
It's like one of my
start those
favorite
chats.
things is laughing.
This guy's very
Yeah.
much like, you know, those like early aughts comedies where there's a record scratch and somebody's in the
yeah.
middle of some weird situation. They're like, you're probably wondering how I ended up here. You know, like that's this guy.
That's exactly what it was like.
He's the protagonist in his own movie. Like he's the star of his own.
Oh, absolutely.
Please put your phone down. Put the phone down.
Wow.
Put your hand. And you need to pull your pants up. And let's go ahead and move forward with this. Logan, you're under arrest. Stand up now. Logan, it's going to escalate, man. Don't make it escalate.
I'm about to stand. I'm afraid y'all gonna shoot me.
We're not going to if you comply. Stand up. What I tell you to do, and nobody's going to shoot you. This is a pepper ball gun.
I know what it is. I know what it is.
Stand up.
Okay.
You are under arrest. Comply.
I've got one more.
Orders. Stand up.
I got one more.
You are under arrest.
So hold on a second, please.
One more. Oh my god.
Let's go, bro.
Oh come on.
Hold on, please, please. I got one more pinch. God damn.
All right, let's go, Logan.
Hold on, so 1 second. It's almost there.
Let's go,
He's just
Logan.
fucking with them. Oh god.
Dude, I'm almost there. Hold on, please.
Explain this to you.
I've got irritable bowel syndrome, man. Please.
You keep making this stuff up, man. It's not.
I'm not making it up. Do you not smell my ass?
You're not making it.
It sounds like somebody they have experience with. So that is really my my big thought is maybe he's somebody who has thrown poop at them before and that's why they got their shield up.
Don't explain the shield. Hang on, I'll
thought of that.
replay this one for you because
They could have said
Oh, it's
stand
worth a
up,
second
turn
one.
around.
ooh, let's. All right. Oh, I'm bracing myself for this.
Charged a man. 31-year-old Dwayne Townsend is charged with indecent exposure and disorderly conduct on several occasions dating back to November of 2018.
And you see, that's what the problem is. Now, it's a beautiful day. I want to come outside with my shirt off, and I was just jogging, trying to get my body back in shape. And all of a sudden, I get hit stick like I'm on Madden, just boom, out of nowhere by a cop. And, it scared the hell out of me. I was so scared, y'all, I didn't own myself. And I'm talking about I was wet. I was wet up in a well, in a bath, drinking a bottle of water. Okay? And to myself, I said, indecent exposure? Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. What you want me to do? I'm a man. You want me to put on a bra? Man, that bra strap will snap like a bungee cord. Just go. And, I just came out of court, and they just gave me 2 court dates. One for each titty.
Such a good line.
Yeah, that's the best part of that. That was great. That was pretty
This
great.
guy needs to go to like stand-up comedy. He's so funny.
Yes. Oh, I thought you'd enjoy that. All
No,
right.
thank you.
I love the
That-
look.
he
The
was
news
he was
anchor's
so
face.
genuinely sincere about it. He's flip the table.
He was dressed like the guy from GTA San Andreas, let's be honest. Oh, God. I'm for each massive today. Yep. Okay. All right. So what I can either do now, guys, is because let's face it, we still have plenty of time to kill. Is we can either thank Old Squishy Gardens Court Watch, and we can watch a bond hearing video that goes from 0 to 150 instantly, or I can show you some of the funniest times that TV has gone wrong in Australia. Do we need a poll? Aussie man reacts. Maybe.
I'm gonna try and
No.
make some phone calls and stuff, and I'll be back
of course.
on then when the case comes back on.
Yeah, no worries.
Sounds good.
Yes, American Dreamer Court will be coming back. I'm purely just here to entertain and keep you all watching until the court comes back. So I do have that open in another tab. Let me just see, because I'm pretty sure they were still staring at a wall. Where I put it. Yes, there are 6,000 people over on Law and Crime staring at a blue screen. So, you want to see the bond hearing? Okay. All right.
Can you hear me, Mr. Belmont?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, in the jail, I have your name as Christopher Ryan Belvoir. Is that correct? Yes?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Belvoir, I have an address of General Delivery in Longview. Is that where you get your mail?
Yes, it is, sir.
You're here in our jail on new criminal charges dating, looks like from the early hours of this morning.
4 o'clock.
This is a charge. There are 2 charges here: resisting arrest and disorderly conduct. The maximum penalty for the most serious of these, the resisting arrest.
Hey, can I tell you something, sir? I didn't
Just a minute.
do either one of those fucking things, sir. So
Okay.
your charges and your officers is fucking outrageous.
Mr. Belvoir, if you keep talking like that, I'm going to send you in the back, no bail, and we're going to come back to you tomorrow.
All I was doing was trespassing at fucking YMCA.
Mr. Belvoir, one more time, you use an obscenity in this courtroom, and I'm going to put you in the back. You're not going to get out of jail.
That's what they did last night, sir.
Okay, just
I want
listen.
I want my lawyer present right now.
Okay, just listen up.
Desmond Clokey, I'm not going to listen to you with a bunch of fake charges.
Okay, just take it easy. Okay, calm down.
Okay, go ahead. Read off the fake charges, sir.
All right, so the charges are resisting arrest and disorderly conduct.
They're both lies.
Okay, so, and this involves them contacting you apparently
Dude's rubbing up to hurt me more.
at the YMCA. The
Yeah,
maximum.
they came from around the corner at the YMCA and I didn't say nothing to them, did disorderly nothing, and smashed me onto the ground and fucking hurt me this morning for no reason.
The maximum penalty for this is 90 days in jail and fines and cost of $2,050. Do you understand what you're charged with? I'm not saying you're guilty, but do you understand what you're charged with?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you have certain rights that apply anytime you're charged with a crime. I'm going to read you your rights. It's going to take a minute.
Well, I got the right. Okay, go ahead.
You have the right to be represented by a lawyer, and if you can't afford a lawyer, I can appoint one for you. You're presumed innocent of all the charges until they're proven beyond a reasonable doubt. You have the right to a speedy and public trial. You have the right to a trial by jury unless you give that right up. You have the right to see, hear, and question all witnesses who testify against you. The right to call witnesses on your own behalf. You can have them appear at no expense to you. You have the right to testify on your own behalf or to remain silent. If you feel you can't have a fair trial because of the prejudice of a particular judge, you have the right to ask for a different judge. You have the right to appeal from any.
I can do that now.
You have the right to appeal from any time you're guilty following a trial by judge or jury. If you plead guilty, you give up all these rights, and if you're not a citizen of the United States, a conviction of a crime may result in deportation or exclusion from admission to the United States or denial of naturalization. Do you understand your rights?
Yes, sir.
It looks like you already have a lawyer. It's the Grimm Law Group. Mr. Balaban, do you already represent Mr. Belmar?
Yes, Your Honor, in his other cases.
All right, I find probable cause for the charges. Do you want to enter not guilty, please, on his behalf then, Mr. Balaban?
Yes, Your Honor, said not guilty, plead not guilty.
All right, we're going to enter not guilty pleas for you, Mr. Belvoir. So right now you're presumed innocent of these charges. And now we're going to talk about release and conditions and set some dates for.
I'm just going to stop there just to break it up a little bit. Legitimately can't understand how people can be so stupid in petty cases like this and think they can talk to court like this. Look, if nothing else, I think we've seen that some people have an attitude and they think that they can get away with murder in the courtroom. This guy clearly thinks that he's in the wrong place and that he was in the right for doing what he did. Yeah, and in the court hearing admitted so. I think Zoom court hearing should be banned. It's some serious BS. It benefits only the state. That's not true. It benefits us as well because we get to sit back and laugh at it. So there's that. Got to watch the judge banner. We've got to watch Judge Banning tell women to be good and lift each other up last time. She's awesome, and another one in contempt for cursing her. Interesting. Jonathan, if you have time to spare, check out Weird Arby's guy. Same vibe as the Indecent Exposure guy. It's a comedy skit, but it's quite convincing. Okay. All right, let's keep this running.
Coming back. Mr. Schuman,
The city's recommending $1,000 bail. The problem is he's got 4 other pending cases in Longview from between July and today. And he was presumably released on recognizance on those cases on condition that he stay out of trouble.
Yeah, sir. Excuse me. That $1,000 bill in your court and your system is fucking a kangaroo court. Excuse my language. But listen to me, sir. Last time I was detained for felony harassment for 3 fucking days. I was denied the ability to use the phone at all. And I was released. And sir, look, I'd like to change judges or whatever the hell. This guy is biased against me. And if you guys keep me in jail for something I did not do, the police assaulted me. 9 fucking officers assaulted me at the AM PM after I was walking away peacefully. They came back around the corner. Go ahead.
Do you want to talk about bail? Mr. Belmont?
Yes, Your Honor. He does have several cases pending. He does have
We're on Zoom court on the 24th of this month.
I believe you have a Zoom court for a pretrial on the 6th. In his other cases, I just suggest we set for a pretrial at this point.
Yeah, when I got out of jail, sir, on the 6th for a bogus charge, they let me go for what was it? I'm trying to tell you what happened at Walmart. They detained me for 3 days and then they let me go with nothing. Okay, on the 6th of what? And then the month before that, when I was supposed to be about 8 p.m. Just let me speak to my lord, because last night they would not let me speak to him when I fucking got here for 9 hours. I have an attorney and a lawyer.
Pre-trial medical court.
4:30 in the morning.
10 o'clock on the 6th. That's the one he set. Yeah. All right, I'm going to set the pretrial on October 6th at 10 a.m. Mr. Belvoir, your behavior convinces me that you need to stay in jail. You just.
Sir, I would like to make you not my judge. Can I put this on the 24th with the same judge exactly that I already have? And my behavior in court, guess what? See, I got my ass whooped by your little bitch ass officer.
Okay.
I have the right to switch.
The bail is $2,000 cash. $2,000.
No, you're not giving me any bail. I'm
Okay.
switching this to the other judge on the 24th with the court, sir.
October 6th. That's all.
Listen to me. I have the right to change my fucking judge. You guys hold me in jail, you will be fired, Mr. Zoom, sir. Yeah, this is the officer right here last night that fucking hurt me. You know what? You guys are all fucking pieces of shit fucking here. I'm switching that to the other judge. You're not gonna let me switch the judge? I have the right to do that, Mason.
Okay, did I need something else? Okay, we're done. Thank you.
People of the state of Michigan versus.
He had the right to remain silent, but not the ability.
Yeah. As KT says, Ray of Sunshine. Yeah, he was something. I am never going to understand why people feel the need to be confrontational in those situations. It is never going to make any sort of general difference.
No, I can't help you with that. I learned that pretty quickly to shut the F up if the cops are around. No,
I'm sorry,
never
but
been
Wow just got me with this because I know exactly what the reference to this is, and that's hilarious. I had the right to remain silent, but I did not possess the ability.
Mr. Ron White.
That's the one.
One of the best comedians out there. I was thrown out of a bar in New York City.
You're under arrest for public intoxication. Hey, I was getting drunk in a bar. They threw me out into public. Arrest them. Yes, I know it's terrible. Come on. All right, let's see what else we got.
Yeah, my Texas accent is spot on.
Fair enough.
22F5 5110. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people. Good morning, Your Honor. Kenneth Overwater, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Tucson. I apologize. I was in Judge Froschauer Zoom room because the matters I had there were going to be quick, but that docket still hasn't started.
Thank you. Okay. Well, my understanding is we have a preliminary examination scheduled this morning, and are the parties ready to proceed?
Judge, I would be helpful if I had a moment to talk to Ms. Kirby, but I believe we will be ready to proceed.
Thank you. Well, I think you're all I've got left right now. So I'll give you that chance. Maybe you guys could do it by cell phone, or I could put you in a.
Cell phone's fine, Judge.
Okay. Be sure to mute your screens. That's all I'll say.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome, especially if you're going to talk about me.
Only in glowing terms, Judge.
Right. Okay, I see counsel is back. We will go back on the record. People of the state of Michigan versus Reginald Matthew Tucson. Case number 22F55110. Good morning.
Good morning.
How many witnesses do you intend to call?
Are we running the exam, Mr. Overwater?
I would need about 10 seconds to talk to Mr. Tucson to be sure of that, but I believe so. I'm sorry to delay the court. I did speak with him last night, but.
Could you put them in a breakout room real quickly, please?
Thank you, Your Honor.
If we are running the exam, Your Honor, it is going to be 2 to 3 witnesses. I believe only 2.
Okay, well, it will be important to know for sequestration purposes.
The officers are together at the Ann Arbor Police Department, so they would have to go into separate rooms themselves. And then the other, the victim, Mr. Lang, is on a Zoom by himself.
Yes. Okay, everybody's back now. We'll go back on the record. People versus Tucson, 22F55110. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, my client indicated he wishes to waive his right to a preliminary examination this morning and proceed to circuit court to resolve the matter there. I would just note for the record, at an earlier PCC, defense demanded video from the incident at Kroger. That video was tendered to our office, but because of some technical difficulties, I wasn't able to review it last night. We were able to resolve those difficulties this morning. I have had the opportunity to review the video and discuss it with Mr. Tucson, and based on everything that we now know, it's his intent to waive his right to examination and proceed to circuit court.
Ms. Kirby, do the people waive their right to a preliminary examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
I don't have your client here to get a written waiver, so Mr. Overwater, if there's no objection, I'd like to address him directly to make sure this is what he wants to do.
No objection. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Tucson. Do you understand that you have the right to a hearing that's called a preliminary examination?
Yes, sir.
And if you held that hearing, the prosecuting attorney would be required to show that there's probable cause to believe that you're the person who committed the crime that you've been charged with?
Yes, I understand.
And in fact, I see they have 3 witnesses here this morning. It appears 2 police officers from the Ann Arbor Police Department, as well as what I assume to be a civilian witness. And they were here and ready to testify, but you would like to waive your right and go straight to circuit court. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
Court will find that the waiver in this matter was knowing, understanding, and intelligent. Furthermore, the court will find that prosecuting attorney having waived her right to preliminary examination, the examination is waived. Mr. Overwater, do you acknowledge receipt of the information in this matter?
I do, Your Honor. I'd waive formal reading. My client would stand mute.
Court will enter a plea of not guilty on your client's behalf. This matter is going to be assigned to Judge Darlene O'Brien. So we will schedule a video conference arraignment November the 17th, 2022 at 1:30. Bond in this matter was previously established at $10,000 cash or surety. Does either side wish to address bond?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may.
Your Honor, the facts of the case make it very, very clear that my client was in the midst of a psychological or psychiatric episode at the time of the offense. There are things that he said to the officers that were highly delusional. And while these are violent offenses, the factual allegations of the resisting are relatively mild. It's an arm grab, standing and kind of looming a bit and sitting back down while at the hospital. Obviously, those allegations, if proven to true, are sufficient to establish the facts of those charges. but they're relatively speaking milder in nature. As far as the felonious assault is concerned, the complaining witness in the case would have testified that he did not actually see the weapon, just believed him to have one in the based on the things that he had said, which were violent allegedly in nature. But another witness who was present at the Kroger reported to police that while my client was holding a pocket knife, that pocket knife was closed. So the blade was not extended. And while that also may reach the level of satisfying the elements of the offense, it is as well a very muted and mitigated set of facts to establish those offenses. My client is currently receiving medication. He has provided me with his contact information. He has a 1-year lease on an apartment on Greenbrier in Ann Arbor. He has family in the area and strong community ties. He has a 7-year-old son. He collects SSI for physical and mental disabilities. It's his hope that he will be able to raise bond to be released so that he can keep his apartment and keep his place to live, because the eventual resolution of this case is going to involve Mr. Tucson engaging with community mental health and maintaining his mental health treatment. That's the cause of these incidents, and that's the only thing that's going to prevent them from happening. And if he is rendered homeless, that will be counterproductive. So I would ask the court to consider, at the very least, reducing his bond to $10,000, 10%. He does have another bond on a misdemeanor matter that's set at $10,000, 10%. So he would need to raise $2,000, but he believes between his SSI and the help of family, he can do that. That would be sufficient to secure his appearance in court, and he would be willing to comply with whatever conditions the court set, particularly that he comply with any recommendations or treatment through CMH.
Thank you. And could you, Ms. Kirby, could you tell me anything you know about the defendant's past criminal history and what his status was?
I'm assuming this is where it gets good gush. I'm not going to lie, that was dry.
Yes, Your Honor. So I would just say, while he did make the threats, and yes, the pocket knife was not open, the threats contained that he was going to commit genocide after he gets out of jail. He told the officers that he was going to find their family and murder them in front of them. He said he would kill Ann Arbor police officers when he was released from jail, and he would return to Kroger and mess with the gas line so the place would blow up. He also made many threats stating that he would rape and commit sexual acts on the officers as well as their family and their children. And then while at the hospital receiving the treatment, he was seated into a chair. He said he was going to break the chair arm off and then stab it into one of the officers' neck. The FA threat to the Kroger employee, he said, "You're lucky I do not stab you right now. I should stab you in the back. I will stab you right into your neck." And the threats continued all the way until he was lodged at the jail, saying things that continued on to the threats, and then using both hands to attempt to hit at the officers while he was in their custody. As far as his criminal history, he has some theft, prior retail fraud. He also has some controlled substances charges, some of those dating back into the 1994-95 range, and then the controlled substances cases being as 2007.
Court's going to find that the bond currently established is the proper bond to ensure the public safety of the community. Clearly, there's probably something organic going on with Mr. Tucson, but the threats are so dangerous. And in an area that, be honest about it, people walk on eggshells anyway. I shop at that Kroger, and I know when you pull in after dark and you see all the signs about the video cameras and about how the whole place has to be videoed now for anybody who wants to go shopping there. It's an area for soft targets. And so for him to say he'll be going back there is very troubling to me. To have issued the threats to the officers is very troubling to me. It's not part of their job, as is assumed by, I'm not saying anybody here makes that assumption, but some people assume the cops, that just goes with the job. That's part of their hourly rate. It is not. to have any hands placed on them, or to have these types of threats made against them or their families. So I find all of that deeply concerning. We'll keep the bond at $10,000 cash assured. And he did get an in custody date, which is November 17th, 2022 at 1:30 before Judge O'Brien. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Tucson, give me a call from the jail, okay?
Am I able to say something? Because I was released and none of that
Don't
happened.
say anything right now.
That happened when I was released.
Mr. Tucson, it's not going to help. Give me a call from the jail, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you all very much. Have a good day.
Thank you, Judge. Have a wonderful day.
Even when I was released, so I'm back in custody in over a month. None of that happened.
Exactly. That's why the judge didn't lower your bond. You literally went into Schroeder and then sort of like made all sorts of allegations against police officers after you got released from jail. Yeah, they're not going to look too kindly on that. I feel like empty eye candy. Well, don't stress, Joe. Honestly, guys, I'm not going to lie. That video was pretty dry. It wasn't as good as some of the other ones. So a lot of anyone from my usual streams, like from like the XXX when I'm doing breaks between court, I try and play funny videos to keep people entertained. Let's face it, that one was pretty damn dry. I'm not gonna lie.
We played a couple good ones before you got here that you would have liked, I think.
Yeah, I'm good at catching live trials, but like walking on a good clip, I'm that's not my. I don't know why. I can't explain it. I can't explain it.
The Aussie TV bloopers. Okay, you twisted my arm.
Oh, I want to see these.
I'm really hoping that people don't think this is representative of Australia, but some of these are pretty good.
I trust you. I'm not passing any judgment.
There's at least two kangaroo attacks in here.
I came out into the front yard, and the dogs were across the road. And as soon as they saw me, they came bounding over. In time.
What's from there? Oh wow, it's pretty rocky here, hey.
Oh, I know this one.
Down the rocks, baby, it's dangerous at there. Oh my god, baby, the bloody London bot just missed you. Oh my god, Jesus fucking mom. The London bot nearly hit ya. Oh my god, baby, you are.
Oh yeah, I lost Matt's number.
Love the subtitles.
Can you
subtitles were everything there.
Oh, if you asked, do you like
That's
being
an old favorite of mine.
Why don't you like being Aussie though? Oh, if you asked, do you still see Asian mates? Do you still see Ling?
Oh, come on. That's just racist.
If you asked, still hang out with the Indian mates? Raj. If you asked, you really want to be a tradesman? What is it? You need to buy you. Hey, if you ask, want to sing Christmas carols? Yeah. A newborn king. Bro, have you heard Sam sing? Because like not long ago, Sam sung.
Okay, that's just mean. Just throw the food and run.
So, like in California, we have earthquake drills. Do you guys have kangaroo drills?
No, thankfully we're just like. I mean,
why do
we
they
just
even
left
have
it-
those
left to our
front
own
hands?
devices.
I think you got a problem.
I think you got a problem.
What's the difference between a roo and a wallaby?
There's very little really. It's they're more or less the same. Like it's like saying what's the difference between a Chihuahua and a Labrador sort of thing. They're still technically part of the same like family. They're just smaller or bigger depending. So, I'm actually.
Have you ever been chased by a kangaroo, Caden?
No, I'm not dumb enough to get close enough to one of the big ones. And the
What
small
about a
ones.
magpie? Magpies?
Oh.
I know.
okay.
I've heard a lot of stories. My friend lives in Melbourne, and so she's told me about the magpies and how
Magpies, like the birds.
Magpies. They're
Yep.
they're a very. Hang on, I'll see if I can pull.
they're
something up.
aggressive towards children, especially. They'll attack people, and I think I heard there was some magpies like carried off a child or something like that. I don't know if that's an exaggeration.
I like the song "The Magpie Thief."
Where are we?
I didn't know that they were actually real.
Oh yeah, they're real. They're aggressive.
Today I'm on the Ballarat Skipton Rail Trail on a recovery ride, just an hour easy after a few days of hard testing things indoors. And I've been told this section of road ahead of us here is the most dangerous section of the Ballarat Skipton Rail Trail for magpie swoopings. Apparently there are two that will take it in turns of swooping. So
If you've got a license, Vince,
what better opportunity
you can cull them, but
turn the
on your own
cameras on
property.
and slowly pass through their territory. Now, it's not up to us to get angry at the magpies and what they're doing. It's not up to us to try and stop them from doing what they're doing. It's nature. This is just what they do. We are in their zone. It's just the attacks that come unprovoked. It can be a little scary. So Rick has told me, a local,
Love to see a magpie knock him off his bike right now.
right through here.
He's not
Rick,
far from getting attacked.
oh, shit. Rick, you went wrong.
Holy!
No.
Oh my God!
Two! What the f is this about, Rick? Whoa!
Oh my!
Do we name these birds? B1 and B2?
Whoa!
Bastard 1 and Bastard 2? Oh, no contact, mate. Oh, hey, sorry, that's... Ah! That was close. I have ear protection on. I've got my...
Wow.
My neck protection on. These things will draw blood. That's no lie. I can't believe there's two. Typically, there's only one. They are very, very protective.
Coordinated
whatever
attack.
it is that I am not even riding towards. I think their nest is back there.
So
Actually,
yeah, so that's what we deal with roughly in like spring-ish when the magpies start laying eggs and that sort of thing. The males get extraordinarily territorial. Couple of years ago, I got a nice big gash up about through my hairline. So it yeah. But actually, where was this one? Because I want to go back to that other video because there's a P-plater that got there's a idiot young driver basically with a cop. I want to see what this There we go. All trails. I'll pull up the deck videos.
Girls are very, they don't have any extreme power, they're not a fighter, and you could say they would make a good pet for a small farm, but you're not allowed to, but some people still have them. Whereas Roger...
Oh, here he goes.
Because someone's in his territory. Roger's ready
Oh,
to fight
yeah.
at any time, like a wrestling match.
Oh.
Wrestling match is full of...
Okay, so we have no
We're
audio,
back.
but Schroeder is back on the stand.
All right, we're live.
Sweet.
Thank you all for putting up with that.
That was great. Kidding me? That was phenomenal.
All right. I probably have to leave in about 15 minutes. I've got some LSAT stuff to do, but I'd like to hang for whatever's coming up.
Yeah, no.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let's continue, Mr. Gravely.
Thank you, Detective Cree. I just want to continue with just a couple of questions. So, back on May 19th, 2020, were you an individual who was sometimes assigned cases that had possibilities of being homicides in terms of the Kenosha Police Department?
Yes.
And can you indicate approximately how many detectives are involved in those kind of cases at the Kenosha Police Department back in May of 2020?
It all depends on the.
You're kidding me.
The death investigation itself. Sure. So
I guess I mean in terms of being the major investigators of those cases. Does every detective in the bureau get those kind of cases, or are there just a few who are the major investigators when those cases come in?
I would say it gets spread out. We currently have a different system in place, but back in 2020, it wasn't a definitive, like this person's going to get all the death investigations or possible homicides. So I can't say specifically that, I would get them all type thing.
Right. Okay, so on May 19th, 2020, were you one of the detectives assigned to play a larger role in the investigation?
Yes.
And then did other detectives and other members of the Kenosha Police Department play different roles that were not as significant?
Yes.
And did at least one detective play a very large role that is fairly equivalent to your own?
I believe two.
Two, and who were they?
Detective Anschutz and Detective Mark Poffenberger.
Okay. And so is labor amongst you three detectives specifically divided in terms of the major tasks?
We try to divide it up. I guess to explain how in a major investigation would go is that within our system there has to be someone that's assigned the lead detective. So one of us would be given that title. In this particular incident, it was myself. But there are, in this case, there were, I would guesstimate, over the period of time, probably over a dozen detectives that were actually involved in it. Detective Anschutz and Poffenberger were fairly involved, like myself. So we kind of divided tasks up
see if I can boost it
amongst ourselves. So it's something that we do in general as a bureau to make other assignments to take some of that bulk of the investigation off of just one person.
Okay, and so again, very briefly, what were the varying roles of the three detectives who were specifically assigned in this case?
Detective Anschutz and Detective Poffenberger did a lot of the interviews with other people. I did assist in some of the interviews, especially that first night. I was in and out of interviews with Sadie, and then in and out of interview with Olivia. But during that time, because there was so much going on, I was also involved with writing the search warrants and briefings with our Detective Bureau administration, as well as the District Attorney's Office.
And I believe you said within this case, your at least formal role was lead detective, even though the labor was divided.
Yes.
Okay. And then so, again, without being lengthy about it, so the Detective Bureau has those roles, and then are there some patrol officers who also have roles in an investigation of this type? Very briefly.
Yes, so how a case would come in is the patrol officers would respond to a 911 call or a non-emergency call, and then based on their observations, they may contact their patrol supervision, and then that patrol supervisor would essentially contact the Detective Bureau supervisor and say, hey, this is what we have. We think we need the Detective Bureau to come out. They would also be involved with maintaining the scene. So the yellow tape that was portrayed in some of the images, they would remain on scene there as well. The evidence technicians are patrol officer positions as well. Yeah, and they would also assist maybe in other interviews that were so in this case, the other residents that were maybe within that, the 8 residences that within this building at Wood Creek. So they would have partook in some of those interviews as well.
So you were present, I assume, and heard testimony about how the original officers on the scene have a very specific role, and then follow-up officers and detectives then have different roles. Did you agree with that testimony that we have had previously about that?
Yes.
Okay. So on May 19th, 2020, about what time do you think you arrive at the address that we've talked so much about, Rosalio Gutierrez's address?
I would guess maybe around noon.
And when you get there, have there already been initial officers who did those early things that have been testified to previously?
Yes.
Do you know when you arrive that you will have a primary role, or is that only explained later in this case?
I know that I have a primary role as an investigator. However, as far as when we first respond to the scene, it's not immediately portrayed to us that, hey, Vinny, you're going to be the lead. Hey, you're going to do this. You're going to do this. It's kind of, we'll get there. We'll meet with the on-scene officers. Hey, what happened? What did you see? Things of that nature. And then the bureau supervisor will essentially assign us roles. Hey, you're going to be the lead. You guys are going to, do whatever. So that's kind of how it works out.
So you arrive, and in general, who do you arrive with?
I arrived about the same time as Detective Anschutz. I believe at the time Detective Wilson may have been there. And then, oh, go ahead. And Sergeant Bandy was also.
Okay. Very briefly, I don't want a detailed explanation. What was the condition of the scene when you arrived?
It was what we would consider secured. So essentially the officers had maintained that area so that no one could come and go outside of the residence.
Now, Detective, are you an individual who is now, when you arrive, going to make observations at the scene and allow those to educate what you do next in your investigation? Is that one of the things you're doing?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you arrive, what, if anything, can you say about whether it appears to be a violent scene and whether that focuses your investigation in any way?
I'm going to object to the term violent.
Go ahead.
So based on my initial observations of standing outside of the residence by the, would be the sliding door, and the images that you had seen, is there appeared to be a lot of blood based on the officers indicating that there was nobody located inside the residence. It became apparent that we were, initially looking for a missing person who was either deceased and or severely injured.
And so does that sort of scene indicate to you you're not only looking for the individual who would reside there, but you also are starting to think, okay, I'm going to be looking for suspects? Is that what that scene provides you in terms of information as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, it could be, yes.
Okay. So I'm talking about as you're walking through the scene, are those the kind of things you begin to focus on?
Yes.
So at some point, do you get to focus on the hallway, the outer hallway?
Yes.
And do you make any observations that cause you to think about whether any suspects would be people known to a resident of that place as opposed to not known? Are there any, and again, I'm not saying you're an expert, I'm just saying, did you make observations that would then cause you to take certain steps?
Yes.
Okay, so what were they?
First was that the door was locked. So there would be no entry. Somebody couldn't come from the hallway into the apartment. There was no immediate signs of forced entry, meaning that somebody kicked the door open or somehow forced that door open. And then basically somebody would have had to have been inside to lock the door and or have the key to lock that door from the outside. And then with the sliding patio door open, it indicated that the person or people may have left out of that door.
Is there anything else about First of all, when you go into the hallway, do you see something that you think, based on your experience, is meaningful in the hallway?
Yeah, so right alongside the door, there was what appeared to be a dry reddish substance, which was consistent with the appearance of blood that was on the wall, the door, and then to the right by the mailbox area.
Were you present at some point when that door was opened into the apartment from the hallway?
I was.
And did anything additional when that door was opened cause you to be focused on whether anyone who was causing damage to another individual would know or not know the person that they were involved in the hallway or by the hallway? Does that make sense?
Kind of.
Okay.
I'll try to answer it. It appeared as though that had somebody knocked at that door, the person would have opened the door. So whether or not they knew him or not, I can't say that specifically. But definitely the person from inside had opened that door to the outside.
All right. So when you survey the interior scene, are there some rooms that appear to you to be unaffected by your observations in other places? So in other words, if you see blood or other things, are there some rooms that do not appear to be impacted as best you can tell?
Yeah, so the hallway that led to the bathroom and then the bedroom, which would be on the west side of the apartment area, there did not appear to be apparent blood or tracks or anything of that nature in those rooms.
So what were the rooms that appeared to be a place you should be focused?
The main living room, I guess it'd be considered like a dining section area, and then the kitchen area.
And within some area of this, was there any area within the interior of that apartment where you observed there to be something that was at least a partial foot imprint?
Yes.
And ultimately, in the investigation of the Kenosha Police Department, was there a determination made about what was the likely source of that footprint?
I'm going to object as far as foundation as to where this footprint was. There were multiple footprints on scene.
Sounds like that would be the subject of cross, but you think it's too vague?
I think it's too vague.
Okay, so I'm talking about in the interior of the apartment. Did you see anything that would cause you to be that was of interest in terms of being a footprint?
Yeah, so almost in the central area, there was a large pooling of blood on the carpet, and within that carpet there appeared to be a foot impression.
And ultimately, in the investigation of the Kenosha Police Department that you were a coordinator of, was it determined who or what group would be the likely source of that footprint?
It was.
I'm going to object as far as speculation.
I don't.
It does feel speculative.
He's asking him from a standpoint of a police investigation, and
If you don't know whose it is, then it's speculative.
So I think the jury probably understands this does not prove what his conclusion was or what his opinion was.
Now they
so
might.
The objection's
Now that she raised, the objection, they might.
We were not able to determine who the likely source of that footprint was. Majority of the time, our initial officers on scene, when they get to something like that, if at all costs they're able to, we try to have them not walk through something, but we weren't able to determine if it was one of the officers there or if it was there prior to the officers.
Well, you did have officers say that they had that it had been wet and that they had walked through the scene. You did have officers
Correct.
say that. And was that the first group of officers who came in?
Yes.
So do you agree or disagree with the choice based on the blood on this scene for them to go through the residence quickly as opposed to worry about their footprint?
Yeah, they could have, yes.
Okay. And is that a decision you think is a poor decision by them?
Not necessarily, because their main focus at that time is to determine if there are injured people or other people in the residence.
Right. So officers admitted they walked in and made footprints, correct?
Object as far as hearsay.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
So yes, the officers would have walked in to the residence. Yeah.
Okay. So did you hear that in the testimony, I believe, of Officer Van Wee, that there was a flattened glove, like a latex type glove that was near the threshold of the bathroom? Did you hear that in Van Wee's testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And do you, again, as an investigator, believe you
I didn't
know
see
the
that, by the way.
origin of
I didn't
that
see it.
glove? And if
Makes it
so, what
accurate,
is it?
though.
So at the time,
Drop it locals.
we had believed that it was possibly one of the initial officers that initially responded in there. Oftentimes they use their personal protective equipment when they go to respond to a scene like that, or when they enter a scene like that.
That's a good question.
So
We'll come
we
back to that.
believed that it was one of the officers that maybe had taken the gloves off and or dropped out of their pocket at some point. My understanding in speaking with Officer Van Wee was that there were no immediate signs of blood on the gloves and nothing. It was kind of out of place where it was right in the middle of a doorway leading to the bathroom area. So, yes.
As good a theory as any.
You saw pictures displayed, I think, a couple of times during this case so far,
Older
of a
man.
pizza box in the apartment of Rosalio Gutierrez, and it had some kind of receipt on the top of the box. Did you see that a couple of times come up as an exhibit?
Yes,
Do you recall that pizza box being at this location?
I do.
And what, if any, investigation are you aware of that was done regarding the pizza box?
So on the pizza box, there was a receipt on there. On the receipt was an address for Mr. Gutierrez, and as well as his name, and I believe a phone number was on there as well. There was also, I guess what I would describe as like a description of the pizza, as well as a price on there. There was no name of a pizza company, and the box did not have the name of a pizza company as well. I don't recall the officer that was specifically assigned to it, but there were efforts made to try to determine if there was a pizza delivered within the past couple of days. And it was determined, we weren't able to determine if there was or wasn't at that time.
Officer, I want to turn your attention to the time period of May 17th through the day you arrived at this residence on May 19th. How was the weather those 3 days, if it was the same, or if the weather changed dramatically? Please describe the weather May 17th from the evening hours through May 19th when you arrived on the scene.
So I believe when I did a check on through the National Weather Service, the Kenosha area had received approximately 4 to 5 inches of rain over the course of those would be 3 days.
Do you recall what the Milwaukee area had?
The Milwaukee area actually had more. I believe it was in the 6 to 7 inches of rain range.
And that was over that essentially a little more than 48 hours?
I believe I had checked from the 16th to the 19th, so
okay.
72.
Thank you. Overall, at the address for Rosalio Gutierrez, so 3709 15th Street, Apartment B, how many officers do you believe were involved in some investigative capacity? So from the first officers who arrive on scene, to officers who speak to neighbors, to officers who collect evidence, to detectives, to management, what is your best estimate on how many officers played some role at that location in trying to determine what they had, why there was this blood, etc.?
You're saying specifically on the 19th from
Yes,
the KPD?
I'm talking about at that time period at KPD, correct?
So I would say initially there were probably maybe about a dozen. However, I did leave the scene when Officer Van Wee and Officer Widener were there. So I wasn't there through the remainder of the evening, so I don't know how many there, but I would say up to the point when I was there till I'm guesstimating here at about 3:30, I left that area. I would say about a dozen or more.
So minimum of a dozen Kenosha Police Department assigned officers are involved even before you leave.
Yeah, I'm making a guesstimate, yes.
Okay. So at the scene, do you have an opportunity to speak to Sadie Beecham? Briefly.
Briefly, I did, yes.
At the scene, do you have an opportunity to speak to Michael Campbell? Briefly.
Yes.
And based on speaking to both Michael Campbell and Sadie Beecham, are you involved? Does that focus your early investigation? In other words, does that give you some information that you are going to pursue to try to figure out why there is a scene with, do you perceive there being a significant amount of blood in many areas of the home?
I do.
Okay. So are you now going to figure out some information regarding what Sadie Beecham and what Michael Campbell have told you at that stage?
Yes.
Okay. And so, and are you, what, if anything, can you say about whether you are also then assisted by the idea that a neighbor indicates she heard something happening in the evening hours of the 17th?
So the information from the neighbor I didn't receive until later because an officer had spoken to them. So I didn't receive that until later.
Okay, so that day you did not know that.
I don't believe I knew that specifically that day.
So at this point, are you beginning to try to preliminarily speak to people who might have information?
Yes.
And so do you interview some people during the some of the hours of that day on the 19th?
Yeah, so with the initial caller when we responded, Ms. Beecham was present and remained present, and Detective Anschutz spoke primarily with her. There were times where I responded over by him and as well, and he and I actually also communicated amongst each other about things. And then part of the investigation would be, hey, how do you know this person? Do you know of anyone that may want to harm this person? Do you know where they may be? Things of that nature. So it wouldn't necessarily, it would primarily be the caller themselves, but then also associates of the person who resided there, in this case, Mr. Gutierrez. So the same questions when I had my encounter with Mr. Campbell, I had asked him, how he knew him and things of that nature, and do you know of anyone that would want to harm him, or any problems that he was having with people, etc. So that would be how we would develop some potential information if possible.
Am I correct that both of those early sources of information were pointing to the same individual, at least as a focus of your early investigation?
Yes.
Okay. So having just heard someone provide suspicions, though, you would still need to do more. You would still need to gather more information, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so did you do that during some then of the afternoon hours after you left the immediate scene at the apartment?
Yes. So after we left the apartment, Detective Anschutz, myself, as well as other detectives, we all responded back to the police department where we had a briefing with, now at the time would have been second shift officers that were coming in, as well as the district attorney's office and our administration, to kind of brief on what we've seen, what we knew, and where we were going to go forward with that. We were also at that time waiting for Ms. Beecham and the daughter to come back to the Kenosha Police Department.
Trouble is here, this guy's saying a lot.
Prior to
talking a lot, but not
leaving the
saying much.
scene,
So there's not a lot
or
to
prior
comment on.
to doing those other matters, did someone at the Kenosha Police Department observe the dumpster at Wood Creek Apartments?
Yes.
And in general, what did they find?
Objection. Calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
What, if anything, happened after Kenosha Police Department officers looked and observed the dumpsters?
So I actually observed the immediate dumpster closest in proximity to Mr. Gutierrez's address, and the dumpster was fairly empty. There were some items that were in that dumpster. Some of the items that were in there at the time that I had looked, because of the law enforcement presence that was there, naturally people want to kind of come out and see what they can see. So there were a couple of people that actually came out and actually dumped some stuff, and then, hey, what's going on? You know, type conversations. But I ended up making phone contact with the dumpster company to find out when those dumpsters were last emptied, and was advised that it had been at I believe it was approximately 10:30 in the morning on that day of the 19th. Based on my observations of the dumpster itself, there wasn't any immediate signs of a lot of blood. Like I said, there wasn't a lot of items in there at all. I would guesstimate maybe 3, 4, maybe 5 or 6 bags of items. But again, some of that was people kind of coming out and putting stuff in the trash to see what was going on.
And based on your look, did you see anything of evidentiary value in that dumpster?
I did not.
Okay, so you knew at that point, you knew that it had been picked up recently, correct?
Correct.
Recent to the 19th. Yeah.
To the 19th, yes.
And so what, if any, steps were taken next by the Kenosha Police Department that you're aware of in your role as a lead investigator in this case?
So in speaking to the company, I don't recall the name of the dumpster company offhand currently, but I was advised that they used the Zion landfill in Zion, Illinois. So Detective Cypress and Detective Kukowski had responded immediately to the landfill site, where they met with, I would guess, management there or someone from the dump site there. And then based on what we were told was that there had been a number of, I guess, dumpings from the garbage trucks since that time period. It wasn't as if this was the only dump truck that had went and dumped. And they were familiar with the area, but they wouldn't have been able to say specifically these items were the ones that were dumped by this truck because of the amount of garbage that was there. We had asked them to stop dumping on that site until we got like further information. I had known through a previous investigation involving another landfill site that they're very regulated as to their dump sites and the process at which they do it. They're very regulated. So we were kind of interrupting their business by having them hold it, but they agreed to hold it until the following day.
Ultimately, did you release that dump site?
We did.
And describe briefly for the jury why that decision was made.
So during the course of that evening, we had done, I guess collectively, the police department had done interviews with Ms. Beecham as well as with the daughter. And based on those interviews, and in speaking with the district attorney's office, I had prepared a search warrant for the defendant's address up in the Mequon area. And based on officers' response later on in the evening hours, which went into the early morning hours, we had believed that there was a high probability that evidence would be located at that residence, at which point we did not have the capacity to continue to do 2 major site investigations at once. And again, based on the landfill, we were holding up their operations, I guess.
Based on what do you remember approximately when that decision was made?
I don't. I would guesstimate that it would have been probably around the early morning hours before noon.
of the day after, so on the 20th?
Yeah, on the 20th,
Okay.
yes.
So in the meantime, had the defendant's van been looked at?
Yeah, so overnight, when officers responded to Mequon, the van had been looked at.
In the meantime, had the defendant been interviewed?
Yes, the defendant was not, I guess it was kind of simultaneous with the search warrant going on. Is that what, or you mean afterwards?
You had gained you had gained information from the defendant.
Yes.
Is this the last
before
guy?
you made that decision?
Yes,
You had seen and looked in the van.
yes,
Okay.
All right.
And you've heard testimony about the condition of the van. Officers knew about the condition of the van.
correct.
Okay. And you had witnesses who had described circumstances to you, correct?
Yes,
And then at that point, you either had to search a dump site locally, or you had to make a decision that that a van had likely been involved in transport. Is that what I'm hearing?
yes.
The van isn't going anywhere. The dump site should have been searched.
Mm-hmm. Don't go insulting clowns. Dennis Heaton over on Rumble says, with how cameras are everywhere, I'm surprised that every crime can't be solved fairly quickly.
Well, that's
A
interesting.
lot
that you
of
bring up
cameras.
You've indicated that,
wouldn't have, to be honest.
a search warrant was conducted at the Mequon residence. So I think that's been previously testified to as 6813 West Highland Road. Is that right?
Yes,
And did the original search warrant on that occur on May 19th?
yes.
Okay. And if you know, how many officers were involved in that initial search? Only if you know.
I do not know because there were a number of officers from our agency as well as the Mequon Police Department.
And then were additional searches done the next day on the 20th of May at the defendant's residence?
Yes, so the initial search warrant, so the initial search warrant that we conducted was for evidence related to possible stalking. So we were looking a lot for GPS trackers, electronic device, things that would be kind of related to the information that Ms. Beecham had provided to us. Once the officers executed that search warrant, they had determined that there was a van that was found at the residence, and then within that van, they discovered that there were apparent bleach spots, that the vehicle had smelled like bleach, there was carpet ripped out, and from what they observed, possible apparent blood droplets. So that was the initial warrant that night. Once we were able to reconvene the next morning, early the next morning, because of the possibility of the connection between the missing person case that we initially investigated and the possibility of the van then being involved, we wrote a secondary search warrant under that case.
So did Kenosha police officers then go back on the 20th again?
We did.
And are you aware of how many officers were involved in that particular
what it seems to be
exploration in Mequon?
I would say maybe around a dozen again. Again, there were officers from, at that time, there were officers from the Kenosha Police Department, Mequon Police Department, I believe the Ozaukee County Sheriff's Office, and then from the, I believe, Madison Police Department or Dane County, Madison or Dane County.
So you had multiple agencies?
Yes,
Okay, and this is on the 20th?
yes.
All right. And what, other than the fact that several agencies were there, so again, all told, how many officers, were you there? Apologize.
I was there, yes.
Change the question right in the middle. What would be your estimate on how many officers were involved in some way in the search on the 20th?
Maybe 15?
And other than just manpower, were there other resources being used, mechanical or any other type of resource?
Yeah, so the Ozaukee County Sheriff's Department provided a drone, which they were able to kind of fly over the area. The property itself is roughly around 4 acres, I believe. And then it's surrounded by believe there's a residence to the west. There's a lot of, I guess I would consider it a marsh area to the south. And then there's also like a marsh or high tall grass to the east of the residence. So we used the drone to kind of do a full overview of the place. A cadaver dog was brought at the time as well. At some point there we contacted Agent Hamro from the Wisconsin Division of Criminal Investigations regarding his arson expertise. And then the fire department had to come because the fire pit that was still smoldering. So the fire department as well.
Was it still raining on the 20th when you arrived for that search warrant?
It did not.
Okay. And had it been raining on the 19th?
I don't recall if it was raining in Mequon on the 19th. I wasn't up there, so I can't say for certain.
What about, was it raining at the scene in Kenosha when you arrived at the scene, if you recall?
Yes, it was raining, but it wasn't a hard rain.
Had it been harder in the days previous?
Yes.
Okay, and you know that from working in Kenosha?
Yes.
Okay. So at that Highland Road Mequon address, did you see a picture that was shown, I think, to Detective Anschutz that had garbage bags alongside a barn-like structure? Did you see that picture?
Yes.
And when that picture was put up, did you know information regarding what were the contents of those bags? Basically?
Yes.
Okay. What was in there?
I recall actually looking at the bags, and there was a large amount of potting soil inside of them.
And so you've heard testimony there was a marijuana grow at the residence, right?
Yes.
When you were inside the place, the marijuana plants were no longer growing, correct?
No, there were no plants.
Okay. You're aware?
Judge, I guess I'm going to object to where the line of questioning is going, unless the state's offering to use Detective Correa as, I guess, an intent expert or some sort of expert based on his experience in that field. And if that's so, then I would ask that some foundation be laid.
I'm not asking for intent of anything, Judge. My argument is that to grow 72 marijuana plants, you need a lot of soil. And
oh my God! Like, let's make this about the marijuana.
That's an argument, and whether this witness has any knowledge of that, then is
and that has nothing to do with this trial.
And more to the point, the 72 plants. I mean, are they going based solely on the daughter's testimony that there might have been 72 plants?
And who cares? Who cares? Like, how is that relevant? That was just to show she was there.
Did you see a lot of bags of soil?
I knew what it looked like.
And were
The plants
those
killed
bags of
Rosalio.
soil
I don't know.
what the contents were of the bags that were along the barn shown in Defense Exhibit 76?
I don't understand this.
I'm sorry.
I don't either, Joe.
It's an absolute
This is
crock.
bullshit.
Maybe it is. That's the
This is Schroeder doing another job of crap gatekeeping. You hit the fundamental role of a judge is to allow in things that are needed.
Do you recall
and keep
that
out stuff
exhibit
that
being shown?
really is not.
Yes. You see bags in that.
That's how you get runaway
Do
juries
you
who
know
convict
from
them
your
crap that
time
has
at the
nothing to do
residence
with
what the
this.
structure is that's behind it? I assumed it was a barn, but is it a house?
No, that's a barn that is to the.
Early on, he tried
That's in the
tried
backyard
so
area,
damn
and then
hard
it'll
to
be
get
to
these
the
friggin' bags examined.
west.
And he
Are those
never
the
did.
bags you've just
And
testified
now
were
he's doing it
soil?
again.
Yes.
Bags of soil at the dude's house has anything to do with bloodstains miles away. I don't know what the hell's happening.
He's way too permissive, and it's like I'm getting flashbacks to Judge Newman, honestly.
And that's a good point about the hydroponics.
Did the drone reveal anything that caused you to have to investigate further?
No.
Okay. Did the cadaver dogs hit on anything?
Objection.
Well, let me finish the question.
No, because then it's argumentative, and we've had a prior ruling on this issue.
We have. Objection sustained.
And as Winter
the
Soldier
entire
points out
topic
over
of-
on Rumble,
Well,
dogs are Ouija boards in the dark. Absolutely.
It's about what he does, so I'm just trying to figure out how to.
We're going to take about a 10-minute break. Please don't talk about the case during the break.
That was painful.
Motherfucker.
No, what does it matter how much it rained outside if there's no trace of dragging a body inside the apartment?
Exactly. If there's no mud on the floor, if there's no dirt, if there's no water moving through. Oh. I just want to pick this one up from Zenith. There were no plants. The soil doesn't match the daughter's hydro grow story. Nope. No, it does not. Weed is not the devil. No.
Like, I'm hanging in here waiting for them to rest their case because I just want that feeling of completeness, you know? Like, I have stuff to do, but like, and it's just like, why are they dragging this on, asking you relevant questions that are pointless? Oh my god.
Was there anything in there that any of you decided may have been of any sort of relevance? I haven't taken a single damn note because, as far as I'm concerned, none of this is relevant to the murder or the stalking charges.
No.
Only for the defense that there's they took testimony from two people. They focused on the guy, those two who were at the crime scene.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't check the landfill.
Mm-hmm.
That's for the defense because they had a search warrant for the van. That's not going anywhere. Whatever is in it is going to still be in it. So not checking the landfill that's not an excuse that, we couldn't divert personnel. That's bull crap. They could have searched the damn landfill and then went to the van. It's
don't get me wrong, Execution. If he's acquitted, I'll be happy. I'll be extremely happy for him. In my opinion, at least in terms of the murder charges, the state has not proven their case remotely. There may be something towards the stalking charges, but I think at this moment they're taking the shotgun approach. They are seeing what they can throw at him and what sticks. And they're trying to obfuscate with anything and everything that they can. It's just painful, is what it is. It is fucking painful.
Exhausting.
Mm-hmm.
It's laborious. It's tedious. It's dragging. Like,
I think it's time for some laughs. What do we think?
So wait. I sort of spaced out there at the end. Like, why they stop?
I actually don't know. He just decided to take a 10-minute break. I think maybe
defense have an objection
maybe he needed a bio break, or they
maybe the DA is trying to figure out whether there's anything more you can get out of this witness.
Yeah, it was the mentioning of the cadaver dog that prosecution has been trying to get in before, that the cadaver dog made a marking, but that was ruled inadmissible because the dog made a marking and nothing was found.
You know, I gotta say this. As much as I hated Creighton Waters and the way he prosecuted that case, I had to give props that he was effective. And one of the ways that he was effective was not simply bringing extraneous crap like this guy's doing, but that he wrapped up with his last witness that was an expert witness who just sort of put a bow and knocking out everything that was really bothering him. Now, true, that was on their redirect testimony. I'm simply saying I think that this is a really weak way to finish. I mean, we're all sitting here watching this. Our audience is all sitting here watching this, wondering what the hell we're getting out of this. You know, the final witness. You sort of want to finish strong and give the jury a reason that they should be walking out here saying, hell yeah, he's guilty. That's your goal. And you need someone who's able to sort of put everything together, perhaps in a timeline, and explain things, especially when you're trying to create a case that's purely based on circumstantial evidence with no eyewitness, no video, no nothing. You have to sort of show the jury the theory that they're hanging on to here as to why it is that they should be so convinced. And it doesn't seem like this guy is going to be capable of getting the DA there at any point, which makes this weaker game than what we saw in South Carolina. Hopefully, he honestly, based on the lack of evidence, I'm hoping that the weaker game ends up hurting the DA and he ends up walking. I'm simply saying I can appreciate, even from of someone who's advocating for something I disagree with. I can appreciate good game versus bad game, and to me, this is weaker game. That was my point.
I personally feel like they would have been better off not bringing this witness on at all, because you're right. They have not done anything in terms of tying everything together. But at the same time, what they've done, in my opinion, is made it worse, because it's literally he's confusing the hell out of people, and that is not what you want the jury walking away with. It's not even going so far as helping. It's, we're going to make things more confusing so that you don't understand anything you've just heard, but we want you to convict based on the fact that you don't understand, and therefore we must have done our job. Like, what the hell?
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
honestly, like that 14-year-old gave the DA an incredible gift. They could have ended on the note of, my father threatened me with a gun, and left it at that. That could have been their last witness. They could have ended it, and the jury would have been left wondering, what the hell? And then the defense would have had to scramble to prove their case.
Yes.
But no, he decided. And the problem with that is that the effect of that from yesterday is going to be totally muted, and the recency effect of the last thing that the jury heard, it's not going to be as impactful. People are going to forget it. It's going to leave their minds.
I love it. And even though it's got nothing to do with your case and not something that they're supposed to be paying attention to, it's better than anything they've got. Why not wrap it right there? Boom, we're done.
Exactly.
Defense, the prosecution rests, and that's all that will just be lingering over their minds as they're deliberating. Yeah, I agree with you. It would be shady. It would be gross, because now you're trying to get him convicted for something that probably never happened. Based on, if you heard the way she said it, it seemed like she was your classic teenager just screaming crap out that never actually happened. But if you're going for the win, if that's your strategy, and like I said, I can respect good game versus bad game. That's much better game.
Yeah, I would have like a tiny little iota of respect for Gravely if he decided, that's really dirty, I'm going to end on that note, no more witnesses. But he didn't. He's an idiot. Anyway, thanks, Joe.
And I don't know if the prosecution has called a single expert witness that has been sworn in as an expert witness.
I actually agree with you on that, Nicholas. I don't think they have, actually. They've had people that... Oh, wait, no. There was the 2 DNA experts, but they testified to various things that they weren't actually experts on, but they were sworn in as experts for... I can't remember. See, that's how bad it is. That's how bad this is that I legitimately cannot remember what testimony these people gave, so it's not going to be sticking in the jury's mind either.
And
like,
there was that one blood spatter guy.
My day 4 or 5 notes.
And the blood spatter guy was just a criminologist.
You go.
He took the blood spatter class after he went to the crime scene, like months later. So he wasn't an expert in anything.
And it was a whole 40 hours worth of training.
They put him on as like this big expert, and he was like a lab tech. Not even. I mean,
I saw a YouTube video on blood spatter. I watched all 8 seasons of Dexter.
Yeah.
Joe, have you seen?
He was like, well, that looks red. That looks like a red spot. It could be enchilada sauce. I don't know, but it looks like blood. So
I drip ketchup on my shirt all the time. I'm an expert at how it falls.
Did you see this speck of blood that was in the van? It is literally pinprick size. They didn't test it to whether or not it is blood. They said that they tested to make sure that there was DNA attached to it, but they couldn't test and check whether or not there was actual blood. It could be a speck of rust for all we know, and the dead guy supposedly broke into the car anyway and could have left his DNA in other ways.
Yeah, but
Sorry.
Yeah, that test didn't even say it was Junior's DNA. No. They just couldn't exclude him. That means the amount of markers for DNA were too few. And how many did they test it against? Did they test it against just the people in the case? 5 people, 50 people, 500 people? Because if it's just 2, 3, or 4 markers, that's 25% of the male population in that town. They can't exclude. And I hope the defense has an expert for that.
Nathan C, good God, I hope not. But you're right. That's exactly what the issue is. So because he's already ruled against mentioning the cadaver dogs because they're just irrelevant to this. But Yeah, of course Barbie will. That's why she's studying for the LSATs. That's why she's going to be a kick-ass lawyer. Chandler does know her
Thank you.
shit.
I don't know everything, but I know a couple things, so I appreciate that. That's
But the
very
good thing
nice.
is, and it's something that a number of lawyers don't do, you can admit when you don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. Is that I guess okay. That's a good thing, I guess. Yeah, I'm always happy to admit when I don't know things. I like learning. I
What's up, Mandy? You want the soundbite? I don't give a fuck, mate.
It's a good one.
This testimony from when she said that about the daughter and the weapon. I said it on Twitter that you can't unfuck a clusterfuck.
No.
But what you could
Well
do
put,
is
Nicholas.
you're right, Nicholas. But what, and this is why I'm contrasting it to Creighton Warriors, because what did he do is he took a crap case and made it something that the jury was eager to go along with. Now, it's true he was walking into an environment where they probably were eager before he opened his mouth to convict him. But as I think Gosney pointed this out really well when he was saying that in that particular case, all the facts were really on the side of the defense, but they had no theme, and the prosecution had no theme, had no facts that would really help them, but they were great at presenting a theme, and that's really what the prosecution has to do here if they're hoping to convict. You would hope. I mean, look, I don't know how hated this guy is. He's certainly not as hated as Murdoch was, but they need to, if you want to do it well, you need to make it something that they can really latch into and buy into here with a strong theme. So, and they suck their, I don't even know where they're going.
Now, I just want to address this one from John Gary. On direct, the witness absolutely said it was RG's DNA. No, she said she could say with a degree of scientific certainty that it was his DNA. And then the second science tech basically refused to agree with that and pretty much contradicted what she said. So there's that.
She didn't say what degree of certainty. She didn't say whether
No,
it was
she didn't.
100%,
She just said she can say to
2%.
a degree of scientific certainty. I'm sorry, but 1 degree and 0 degrees are still a degree of scientific certainty.
Yes.
So I don't. No, the way that she did handle that testimony, I was not impressed. But anyway.
Yeah, but does the jury know that? They only heard a degree of certainty. So that's a very dangerous sentence to hear. But so it was actually good that they brought on her peer reviewer to
I
say.
I thought it was funny that the state were the one that brought on the second peer reviewer, and that he was contrasting and being contrary to what she said. I thought that was hilarious. Also, congratulations, Nicholas. You're getting subs out of this.
Way better.
Where are we?
Yeah, I really hope the jury heard that and they, took note. At least they can take notes in this trial.
And yeah, we're still on break. The judge said about 10 minutes, but we know what he's like when it comes to these sorts of things. So we're currently staring at a curtain. So where is Bluey? Guys, I can't play Bluey. I've tried before. I will absolutely get smashed with a copyright claim if I play any sort of Bluey on this channel.
I just wanted to mention that I just screen grabbed that I have 666 subscribers.
Sweet.
Congrats.
What do you talk about on your channel?
Sorry, I didn't hear.
What do you do on your channel? Like, what do you cover there?
Well, I try to cover labor law and union stuff, but nobody watches that. So I also do cover the Andrew Tate case, since it's in Europe.
I was going to say insurance law was too saturated for you, that you went over to something slightly. I was making a joke about like different, really boring, traditionally really boring areas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It turns out that even though I'm very interested in union stuff and labor law, not a lot of people do that. So I cover. I'm not even 3 months in, so I'm still finding out
Right.
where I am.
You're
So
still
I'm
learning.
covering most of the stuff.
Well, best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Check out Nicholas. Links in the description, right? Right?
Yeah.
Links
Watch my
about to be in the
content.
description.
Links are about to be in the description. I'm terrible at that shit.
Watch my content and tell me what I'm doing right, and definitely what I'm doing wrong, so I can improve.
Yeah.
I like that philosophy quite a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I'm always big on trying to help newer creators.
And somehow I'm going to try to make a video that involves the words unfuck or clusterfuck, but I'm not sure how I'm going to do that.
Tis very true, Alyssa. There was some real stinkers of decisions in this. There were some major objections and that sort of thing. Actually, we can probably clip some of the best ones, guys, and I may just send them to Joe and we can just watch him open it and react.
Clips of what?
Some of the horrible decisions that Schroeder's made during this case.
Really?
Having the burden shifted onto the defendant to prove certain things, and it's just been
really.
Yeah.
You know, I'm trying to calm down. I'm working on calming myself. That's been a thing for the last couple of months. I'm like, okay, breathe deep, find your Zen, Joe, find your Zen. And everyone seems to try and just throw these different darts at me to sort of try and see if they can raise the beast out from within me. But I'm learning to control. The struggle is real. So yeah, now I feel like I'm impenetrable. You can't raise that ire out of me. 10 minutes from now, you son of a
Well, as much as I like your rants, I also appreciate the Zen and the growth and the, if it's good for you, that's all that matters, right?
If it's good for the
growth, gotta do what's best for you.
Where are we? So one of my newly minted mods, Stingy, sent me this. GM is apparently exploring the use of ChatGPT in vehicles. Apparently, it's going to be everything. The chatbot could be used to access information how to use vehicle features normally found in an owner's manual, program functions such as garage door codes, and integrate schedules for calendars. Shift is not just about one single capability like the evolution of voice commands, but instead means that customers can expect their future vehicles to be far more capable and fresh overall when it comes to emerging technologies. Oh, bite me. I don't need some sort of AI in my car. If I can't fix it with a hammer and a brick, I'm not happy.
It's so bad, AI. Look, maybe it'll get better. Maybe it will. I actually covered this on a live stream a couple nights ago where I spent an hour on a live stream just asking AI different questions about Biden and its biases in favor of Biden and why it was that they thought Biden was a good president. And and it was constantly trying to dance around and say, they were trying to give facts, not opinion, and blah blah blah. And it was very, very dodgy, very dodgy. Yeah, but
the idea of AI having political opinions is very weird to me.
It's this is what they do with their AI is they say, well, we basically call from multitude of sources and just to provide information. But if you're picking from sources and your exclusive sources are CNN, MSNBC, CBS, and ignoring anything that the right has to say and trying to figure out, well, what is Biden, what defines Biden, you're going to find a lot of great stuff and very, very little bad stuff. So it's that's how they can tilt their biases by basically saying these will be your sources and voila, everyone looks at it and is like, oh, I guess that's truth. I mean, I guess that's what they're hoping is going to happen. And probably
they should have a right-wing version of it just to counter it.
Like a right-wing AI.
I like that.
Yeah.
Oh god.
I actually
Just
asked.
read it like the Daily Wire, and just I don't know.
Yeah. I actually asked Chat. I have a new intro on my shows when I try to have new intros as frequently as possible. So I actually asked it to tell me a joke, starting with the following program, and then I was like, no, more bite. And like they gave me like a little bit better. I said sarcastic, and then they got like a little better. I said throw in something about Biden. Give me 20 of those to try and see if I could get it, if I could bait it. And it started giving a little bit like some of the things that it gave me as suggestions.
I was gonna say here the whole reply as Dan thing, or pretend to be a right-wing commentator and give me a intro in that sort of circumstance, because you can trick it into getting around the things, but I think that they may have nerfed it. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but there was for a period there was a way to actually get around the coding, and you could make it pretend to be like if you asked it to pretend to be someone specific in replying to something, it would actually give you whatever results you were trying. I don't know if it still works or not.
Yeah, I can give you a few examples of what they gave me. So they have
was it
like the following program is like a Joe Biden interview. It might start off promising, but it's best to brace yourself for the gaffes and awkward moments that are sure to come. It's like
That's a good one.
I love that.
I was like, oh wow, I'm actually getting something out of you here.
I like that.
Yeah, the following program is sponsored by the Joe Biden fan club. Yes, apparently there is one. The following program is like Joe Biden's public speaking style, rambling, incoherent, and slightly terrifying. I was like, you know what? I could probably like, twist some of these a little bit and actually find a way to use them. So yeah, I mean, if you push hard enough, if you push hard enough, you can start getting it to recognize that Biden is pretty flawed president.
Right-wing AI equals chat GOP.
God.
All right. All right. Well, he's still taking his time, so I'm going to play part 3 of the Schaefer's deck sealant ad, which I'm not sure. I played 1 and 2.
Oh,
don't believe I've played number 3 recently.
Oh, I know what these are. These are. Yeah, I'm turning my camera off for this one.
People I work with hundreds of times, and they love it, not just because I'm the boss. Hi, I'm Marty Schaefer, president of Schaefer's New Zealand style products, such as Dick Sealant, Dick Hardener, Dick Remover, and my personal favorite, the Dick Sucker. Until recently, we used to refer to those all-important office presentations as PowerPoints. But in today's office, dicks are on the tip of everyone's tongue. And that's why our latest product focuses on the many dicks you're exposed to at work. Schaefer's New Zealand-style dick presentations. Guys, let's show them all the different dicks they can buy from us. Running a company can be challenging, and that's why I communicate to my clients and employees in the clearest way a man can in the corporate environment, with my dick. Oh, sorry. There for me, Barbara? Yeah. Even though we have all sorts of dicks, fast-paced dicks, flashy dicks, interactive dicks, inspirational dicks, persuasive dicks, and dicks just for the holidays, you can't just rock up to a meeting and whoop your dick out. Before I show my dick to anyone,
along the same line.
Sorry, guys, we'll come back to it, but yeah,
Think I'm
apparently
there?
he's talking about how he's
not on the ruling, on the recollection.
I'd like to re-argue it, Judge. No, Judge, my recollection is that the court allowed me only to ask whether a cadaver dog caused the officer to then direct theirself in any location, but to provide no further details. So I thought the court allowed me that one question with no inquiry.
I thought it was without the reference to it being a cadaver dog.
Okay, so that's not my recollection, and I defer to the court. It's been a long court. It's been a long case, and any of these rulings would have been day 1 or 2, but that and I thought I was allowed that very limited inquiry, and I absolutely apologize if the court has a different memory, and so.
My memory is the same as the courts as far as what that objection was. I think too that it was very narrowly tailored, and that was with Officer Van Wee, I believe, as to why he went and collected certain items to be sent to the crime lab for testing, and that was why the court allowed that line of questioning. But as far as the cadaver dog and the cadaver dog making a hit, that was my understanding, was that that was sustained and not to be brought up. And so the state's question that it proposed prior to us breaking was that a cadaver dog hit. Those words were used, and so yeah, so we would maintain that same objection.
If I did use the word hit, I would have done that in error. My recollection is identical to what defense counsel just said, which was, so I believe the court's ruling was that that Officer Van Wee was permitted to say a cadaver dog was present, and based on the action of the cadaver dog, I emphasized some items.
It was not supposed to be called a cadaver dog at all.
You know, obviously this was the global question. I asked this detective, because he's a lead detective, about the items, and then whether it directed him to then do other things. I don't intend any follow-up questions. It's exactly the same thing I asked Van Wee, which I was asking him because, frankly, that was day 1 or 2 of this trial, and we're in the larger thing now.
I will tell you that I'm not relying now on my memory. I'm analyzing it afresh.
Yep.
And which gives me a hint as to what I think I ruled, and I was uncomfortable with your describing the dog as a cadaver dog, because there was no, and I recollect there wasn't going to be any recollection or any testimony rather, that it was in fact a cadaver dog as opposed to a different dog.
You're right. That was what you did. You indicated that we could say a dog, but you didn't. You said it could not be a cadaver dog. I now recollect that. That is.
Oh, now you remember it.
That would be my analysis then and now, I think. And and also I don't know if the word hit, just be some behavior by the dog or whatever.
Yeah.
But the bottom line was, well, the bottom line is I'm going to sustain the objection.
So what I intend to do then, just very briefly, is I intend to say, were any dogs that were employed utilized, and did they direct you to some evidence? And then was that evidence you emphasized? That's it.
You're looking.
As long as your next question wasn't.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember what evidence it was that Detective Correa had
It's fire pit
taken.
evidence, and I'm not going to talk about what the evidence is
Well,
this time.
I think then that I would argue. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sure, that's okay. Fire pit evidence, chainsaw, and a poker that was related to the fire pit. That's it.
Oh, I think that was already testified to with Van Wee.
I don't intend to ask
Get
him.
moving.
Yeah,
You can do it what you want to do it, but don't reference a cadaver dog. And it would be better not to use the word hit as opposed to just saying did a dog's activity. Or all right.
I'll be careful.
But he does this over and over and over again.
Would you come down, please?
Oh,
If you had a good case, you wouldn't have to play
accidentally.
the pool.
It's the same thing with what happened with the gun. He knew exactly where it was going to go. Oh, for crying out loud. They're killing me with this shit.
Yeah, that apology. I apologized if the court has an other memory than I do. That's not an apology. That's
No.
a false apology.
Judge wonders why the trial was 2 extra weeks long. Why does he keep allowing him to bring in this extra fluff? Dog's the last witness that lasted. As long as Waters directing murder.
That's the difference between a good judge and a bad judge. A good judge is able to keep to a tight timeline because they don't allow in extra stuff.
This is true. I'm just going to quickly get through some of these chats because I've got some of them built up.
Do it.
And I realized yesterday that I can go through them. So, love Jeff so much. Jeff Crush, here you go. Thank you very much for that, Della, sorry. Flux, one for each titty. I can't wait.
$1 for each titty.
No, one for each titty was. Oh, you didn't see the video. Next break, I'll show you the video of the guy with the indecent exposure. He got 2 court dates, one for each titty.
Okay. All right.
Why is he videotaping his poop? I'm pretty sure that wasn't why he was. I'm pretty sure he was videotaping because of the police. Love that guy's videos. He was a witness to a murder trial in another news story. Hold up, wait a minute. Okay.
I have sustained the objection.
New question. Detective Correa, you indicated dogs were, or a dog was employed at the search warrant on the 20th of May at the Mequon house. Based on the dog's activities, and I don't need to know the details, but were certain pieces of evidence prioritized, and did you then take those and do further things with those?
Yes.
How many search warrants physically do you believe were conducted in this investigation, during the course of this investigation?
You're talking about like electronics and like as many warrants?
At this point, I'm talking about physical searches of
Okay.
locations.
One,
It's gonna be very random. Most people, but Molly, fuck you.
5 locations, but some of the locations had multiple days, so there were, I guess, multiple warrants because they were different days.
So all told, how many search warrants do you believe you executed that were physical locations?
I believe 8.
Okay. How many agencies other than the Kenosha Police Department do you believe you involved in some fashion in this case? Just your estimate.
Agency-wise, I would say in excess of 15.
So how many different folks that have some law enforcement role do you believe have spent some time investigating this case?
I would say close to
Yes, I do, Vince.
close to 100 total officers.
And you personally, what would be your estimate on how many man hours that you have put in this case over the last several years?
Maybe a couple thousand.
In the exact wrong
Now,
direction.
Ultimately, was the defendant arrested on May 19th at his Mequon residence?
Yes.
Okay, and was he arrested by Mequon officers?
Yes.
And was that at approximately 8 p.m.?
Yes.
And then was he transported to the Kenosha Police Department?
Yes.
And so did you have an opportunity at that time to both see his physical condition and also see what he was wearing at the time he was arrested?
Yes.
So let's talk first about any injuries, if any, that you could see on the defendant's person when you saw him on the 19th. And let me just be sure, after he was transported from Mequon, did you see him on May 19th?
Yes.
About what time, very general, about what time do you think you saw him?
Around 11 p.m.
So at that time, was one of the things you did take a look to see if there were any injuries that were of note?
Yes.
And what injuries, if any, did you find on the defendant's person when you saw him on the 19th?
There were 2 small scratches on his right hand area, and then another scratch, maybe a couple inches on his upper right bicep.
And I assume you have zero idea what the origin of those are. Is that right?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Okay. When arrested, was the defendant wearing anything below the waist?
Jeans?
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to review or look at the buttons of the jeans he was wearing?
Yes.
And was that of interest to you in this case for purposes of any comparison?
Ultimately, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you
Had to leave with that
what's
lady.
been marked as State's Exhibit. Is it 223? 223. So did you want to see his clear cut?
Good God.
I have currently 4 scratches on my right hand because I have a farm.
So as to Exhibit 223, do you know what that is?
It looks like a button from a pair of jeans.
Okay, and if you know, is that in fact a button from the pair of jeans worn by the defendant upon his arrest on May 19th?
Yes.
Okay. And was that picture taken so that a person could observe?
The daughter said that he doesn't
manufacturer
usually
and
wear
the style
Levi's.
of
These guys are
I know.
contradicting her.
Can I read it?
Now we're Levi's.
Sure, please.
Levi Strauss and Company.
I got it both. Thank you all. It was great. I had a lot of fun.
San Francisco.
No, thanks for
California.
stopping by. Much appreciated.
So Levi Strauss jean button, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And does it appear to be a true and accurate copy of what the jean button looked like on the jeans the defendant was wearing on the day of his arrest?
Yes. I mean, so I didn't look at his button on the day that he was arrested, but we have them as evidence and photos were taken of those clothing items. So,
Detective, I assume people are not taking pictures of random buttons, so
Yes.
you've reviewed all the pictures in this case.
Yes.
So my question is, does it appear to be a true and accurate picture of the buttons from the jeans he had?
yes.
Okay. So are you also aware that some jean buttons or some buttons were recovered from the smoldering fire pit at the defendant's residence?
Yes.
Okay. And so you heard Officer Van Wee testify that those were on the top level of the fire pit refuse, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 224. And you heard Officer Van Wee testify to these, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And are those also Levi Strauss jean buttons?
Yes.
Okay. Then let me ask you about whether the defendant, upon arrest, was wearing any undergarments, meaning below the waist.
So after the defendant was taken into custody, we collected all of his clothes. And I believe at that time is when the arresting officer or the transporting officer would have taken those clothes and ultimately taken photos of them and placed them in the evidence. So I did see those photos afterwards, and it was a navy blue pair of underwear.
And do you remember the make? Like the manufacturer?
I believe they were Hanes, if I'm not mistaken. Or no, I think they're Fruit of the Loom.
And in the fire pit, are you aware Fruit of the Loom were recovered, a remnant?
Yes.
Okay. During the search warrant, were any socks recovered at any location at the 6813 Highland Road, just because they were differently organized than your sock drawer?
I believe there was, if I remember correctly, there was a camera that was located inside of a sock, a white Hanes sock.
Okay, and are you aware that a remnant of a Hanes sock was found in the fire pit, the smoldering fire pit?
Yes.
And was that Hanes sock that you're talking about that had a camera in it, was that a lone sock, a solo sock?
Yes.
And that camera that the sock was over or contained was reviewed, is that correct?
Yes.
And it had no content that was of any note? To your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yeah, correct.
Does he not realize that he's kicking an own goal here?
Now,
Did you find evidence who had nothing to do with this?
multiple
Yeah,
searches
lots.
of the Mequon residence, was one of the focuses a plaid shirt that had been identified as something that had been worn by the defendant regularly and recently?
Yes.
And was that plaid shirt recovered at any location?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, you also indicated there was a portion of carpet that was cut out of the minivan, correct?
Correct.
And you could tell that when people did the search warrant on May 19th, is that correct? That was visible to officers on May 19th?
Yes.
Okay. And so at the residence, did the search of the defendant's residence find the remainder of that cutout? In other words, was that ever located?
Not that I'm aware of.
Put a dummy in, so I stopped bringing up
Are you
the messages.
as a lead investigator, if that was recovered, would you know it?
Yes.
Okay. And were you aware that there was information provided that a family member, a grandpa's steel-toed boots had been taken from the tree farm or borrowed from the tree farm on the weekend of May 16th into May 17th.
Yes,
And were those steel-toed boots recovered to your knowledge?
no,
So yeah, so they've gone from, oh, he didn't wear Levi's, so it had to be the dead
Were
guy's
steel
clothes.
toes recovered in the fire pit to your knowledge?
Here's where we think all
there
the
were two
clothes came from
items
when they were burned.
recovered in the fire pit that appeared to be the, I guess, the
They
steel toe
have to be
portion
going
of
for
the
these are the
steel toe
clothes he
boot.
wore,
And
and
I
were covered
believe
in
right
blood,
next
and
to
that's
that
why we
were
found them.
appeared to be like shoelaces as well.
And again, that was in the upper level, that first level of the fire pit refuse?
Yes, it was visible from just standing over it and looking at it.
Now, during a search of the defendant's residence, at some point was a sheath recovered that you had at least felt should be
Maybe now she can
tested?
finally get around to me.
Yes, there was a sheath that had like a possible red staining on it.
And at this point, do you recall where that was located in the residence, if you remember?
I don't recall specifically. I believe it was in the area of the kitchen table, or what would be the kitchen table, but I don't recall specifically where it was located.
And when you are referring to the word sheath in this case, what does a sheath store, or what does it usually contain?
Knife?
Okay. And was there a knife found that you felt was a match to that sheath, at least based on your review of the premises?
No.
Now, in this case, did you do larger warrants, like things called geofence warrants and those kind of things, to also try to determine any information you could about intruders to the home of Rosalio Gutierrez during the time period around May 17th?
We did.
Okay, so could you explain to the jury what you did along those lines? So in those large data type warrants, what did you try to do?
So in a geofence warrant is basically submitted to Google, and what Google has is they call it a three-stage process. So what we can do is we can establish 4 points or radius, and using those 4 points, you create your GPS coordinates, and you can send that to Google, and then they will send you a response of devices that may be using a Google device within that area. The first time they respond is normally it comes into what they call they're anonymous numbers and letters, a big combination. I think currently it's around 72 of these numbers. So there's no identifying information as to that device that is
He did.
visible to me.
Did he?
So I have to then take those
Why
devices.
am part of
which,
testimony I didn't say? He hasn't been on the stand though, has he?
At the time,
Sorry?
we used Google Earth. So you put
He hasn't
all
been
those
on the stand.
devices
You're not going
points
to put him
in.
on the, I mean, they can't
this
go on the
Google Earth, or on this geofence, I think
Never
it
mind,
came back with an
applied.
excess of
Never
like
mind.
2,000 potential devices. And you then have to go in and subjectively kind of determine what you may think is maybe relevant to your investigation. So some of the points are off of Wi-Fi, some of the points are off of GPS. And based on the amount of, so let's say there's a device ID that is 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's 20 of them and it says Wi-Fi, you can kind of deduce that that's probably a resident at that location. Versus there may be one that's 1 or 2 points and it's there for 10 seconds. Now you can think, okay, maybe this device actually was just traveling on the roadway and it passed on. So of those devices, you have to basically break that down. I sent an initial response to Google for items or device IDs that I wanted further information on. So in that second stage, it'll then give you further geographical information. So it may show the vehicle, or I'm sorry, the device operating, 30 minutes before, 30 minutes after, so you can kind of see where it's coming from or going to. So from that,
I can't stand Apple.
now I have to decide, okay, based on these, let's say I broke that 2,000 down to 1,000. Now I have to break it down a third time, in which case I send another response to Google saying, okay, I want these devices, which is a very limited amount. So in this case, I think I only was able to get 7 devices, in which case it's very subjective deciding, okay, I guess I'm going to pick this one, this one, this one, and this one, and hope for the best. So it wasn't very fruitful in this investigation as far as the Wood Creek apartments go. We also did the same geofence with surrounding area of 6813 Highland Avenue, as well as the address of the tree farm in Random
Not a
Lake,
damn thing, Jason. Oh, aside from the fact that he
So
just
as Wood
proved
Creek,
that
would it be
daughter
fair to
lied
summarize
or
what you said is by
has
saying
no
it's just
credibility.
such a dense area that you were not able to narrow it down in a way that was fruitful? Is that appropriate?
Hey, Camelot's in the
Yes,
house. How you doing?
I believe I used too large of an area, which produced that great amount of items. The other thing with this, during this investigation, I had a time that I believed that Mr. Gutierrez was last on his phone, and then a time that I believed this incident had occurred. So throughout the investigation, I believe there was a time frame of between 9 o'clock-ish to, let's say, to midnight. So I had a big range. There's other investigations where you know that an armed robbery occurred at 10:54 at night. I can narrow down to that time. Get a lot less results in an instance like that. So the same with the other geofence warrants. There was a larger time frame, so the results were a lot greater than I had anticipated.
Change the topic. Do you recall opening up State's Exhibit 115 and showing it to a Walmart manager by extending it out? You had it in your hands with gloves. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And when you looked at 115 previously, when you spread that out for the Walmart manager, did you recognize that as a document you had seen at some other location other than in evidence and in this courtroom?
Yes, so this receipt was located in the front passenger side dashboard of the black minivan belonging to the defendant.
And you personally saw it there?
I did.
And then what, if anything, did you do to cause Detective Marty Howard to then have a picture of it that he could go to Walmart with?
This isn't a change of subject. It's still irrelevant.
And you heard him testify that he received the picture previously?
Yes.
Okay. Previously, we talked about one of the FBI agent Hannah Judd maps and where a phone was located and its proximity to Rosalio Gutierrez's home. I'm going to ask that State's Exhibit 291 be shown to you. Again, this is another Hannah Judd produced map, Agent Hannah Judd. And I'm just going to ask, is there an address that was of interest to you in this case that is located on this map that could be pointed out to the jury?
This isn't a map related to Mr. Gutierrez. Was that what you had asked?
No, I asked if this map was in, it depicts another place, an address.
I know you
of
pair on a
interest to
time
you at
schedule, so
different case.
do whatever you need to. I just
Agent
need to
Judd
keep it away,
testified,
but,
you
I'll be right
previously
back.
talked about Rosalio Gutierrez's address when a different one of these maps was shown to you.
I misunderstood you. I thought
Yeah.
you said in relation to Mr. Gutierrez's address.
Nope. In this one, is there any address of interest to you when this map is put together,
Sure.
indicating the defendant's phone is in a location on May 18th in the morning hours?
So on the bottom portion of this map, you see
You
the.
need the pointer?
I don't.
No, go
We'll
ahead.
figure it out. You see that there's a Cedar Beach Road is on the lower portion of this map. How this map is oriented, I don't see a compass on it, but I think to the east would be to our right. And down that road on Cedar Beach Road, that road actually leads directly to Lake Michigan. So I would say approximately maybe a quarter mile at the most from Lake Michigan on Cedar Beach Road is the address of Miss Brown Frederickson.
Okay. And so that was the address where the defendant is doing some rehab at times?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of this house that is identified in this Belgium area, where is that in relation to the Saukville Walmart that we've seen video of?
I guess just to be clear here, I believe that this map is just showing the tower location. The actual residence would be further to the right, so it's not showing an actual house location.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that
Yep.
we're clear with that. But this area is essentially almost right between, you'd ask between the Saukville Walmart.
Yep, Saukville Walmart is what I asked.
I believe it would be a little bit to the south, maybe a little bit southwest. Or this is northwest of the Saukville. So Saukville, I guess the Mequon and the Saukville, Belgium area, and then the Random Lake area would be a little bit north.
Did you at some point look through any means by which Rosalio Gutierrez was listing any future activities he had either organized or planned or was accounting for at the time that you investigated this case during the time period of May 19th, 2020 and on?
I believe he had in his calendar, there was a calendared event, Camp Timberley.
Okay. And is that a fairly local camp activity that a person can do?
Yeah, I believe it's in Walworth County area.
And so that was something that he had in his calendar. And you remember for what date?
It was the 19th.
Yes. And that is a camp experience for children, not adults?
Yes.
Primarily?
Well, I think it can be family camp as well.
Okay.
But yeah.
Now, Detective, what did you, meaning the police department as an agency, do to try to be sure that if Mr. Gutierrez were to show up in any location after this incident, that he would be accounted for in some way? In other words, are there national ways you do that, or?
Yeah, so he was entered as a, is entered as still as a missing person. So had a law enforcement agency nationwide come into contact with him, it would automatically flag as a missing person, in which case we would be notified immediately that they had contact with the person. So that was done.
Did you do anything to monitor any financial information so that if for some reason financial information was accessed in any way that would account for Mr. Gutierrez, that would be recognized?
Yes, so on 2 occasions I wrote search warrants for the TransUnion, basically the Financial Credit Reporting Bureau. And there were actually some accounts I believe that were in default, but there were no new accounts after the May 19th.
At some point, did you do any investigation regarding a passport or passport activity in this case?
Yes, I don't recall if I contacted Homeland Security or Customs, but I had sent an email asking if there had been any
Bogue for 2 months.
Any passports issued to or used under his information.
Dead, and that the defendant killed him.
Rosalio Gutierrez ever had a passport based
No.
on the information you received? And
Because
has
it
one
is
ever been applied for?
possible to go to Mexico
Not that I'm aware
without
of.
a passport.
Exactly,
Items
that's what I was
were
thinking.
covered
Did they
with,
check whether or not any of his
you,
accounts actually had any
previously
money?
about any
Because if they didn't,
activity,
it's not going to matter if there's
Google
transactions.
searches, that the defendant conducted on any of his devices, do you recall?
Yes.
Okay, and a focus was on the Motorola G6 phone and any Google searches from that time period?
Yes.
And are you familiar with a Google search that occurred on May 18th, 11:48 a.m. Regarding Aurora back and spine?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, say the name of the exhibit, please.
States 338.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 338 and ask you if this is a search on the defendant's Motorola G6 phone, again on May 18th at 11:48 a.m.
Yes, it appears to be an image of that.
Aurora back and spine, correct?
Yes.
Thank Does this exhibit that has been produced appear to be altered or changed in any way from what you reviewed in preparation for this testimony?
No.
Lazy asshole didn't even get up and hand over the exhibit himself. Sorry.
What were they trying to prove about back and
So I
spine?
want to just, as my final piece, go through a little bit of
Did he have back problems?
your interaction with the defendant on
Apparently.
May 19th, 2020. So how long do you feel that interaction with the defendant was in general?
About an hour and a half.
And during that period of time, what was the defendant told about what was the subject of inquiry?
I believe it was general, just basically there were some allegations of from Miss Beecham about him tracking her, following her, and things of that nature.
Was he also informed that it had to do with any activities he had towards her boyfriend?
Yes.
Okay. So the defendant was aware on the 17th as you began to speak to him. I'm sorry, the 19th, apologize, on the 19th of May, as you began to speak to him about who the people were that you were talking about in general.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify from the last one. I didn't speak to him at all about the incident that we were investigating regarding what was found at Mr. Gutierrez's residence. When I meant by that was the allegations that he had broken into his vehicle or entered his vehicle and took items. So I didn't speak to him regarding what we were investigating previously in the day.
But also talking to him about stalking.
Yes.
About incidences that might be stalking.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So when you so there was an interview that took place
Over on Rumble Winter Soldiers, it was very easy to go to Mexico. If you look
Detective Anderson and I did, yes.
Okay. And was what if any, or was there a question asked about whether the defendant had been to Ms. Beecham's home during early hours without permission?
Yes.
And what was the first thing that the defendant offered up when you asked him that question?
He had mentioned that he had to drop off a couch.
And who was present in terms of officers in that interview?
Just myself and Detective Anschutz.
Did you and Detective Anschutz then ask further questions regarding going to Sadie Beecham's home in early morning hours other than his first offering, which was a couch delivery?
Yes.
So when you asked the second time, what happened then?
He had indicated that there was a point where he had a premonition that somebody was at Miss Beecham's residence.
And did he indicate what he did about that premonition?
He had indicated he had went over there.
Did he indicate who he took with him?
His children.
And now, have you been present when videos were shown that were of Sadie Beecham's residence that were purported to come from the electronics owned by the defendant or possessed by the defendant?
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant at the time of this interview whether, when he brought family members over to Sadie Beecham's house, whether he recorded anything? Did you ask him that question?
I don't know if it was me specifically. It may have been Detective Anschutz.
I mean, you two.
Oh,
The
okay.
two of you asked that.
Yes.
Okay. And what was the defendant's answer about whether he tried to record anything at that time?
He had not.
Now, were you present for testimony in this case that on the defendant's laptop there is a file that is named Rosalio Gutierrez and then has a number of documents in it?
Yes.
Including a number of documents that have Rosalio Gutierrez's name on the documents themselves?
Yes.
And did you ask the defendant questions about whether he knew the name of this boyfriend of Miss Beecham?
Yes.
And what was the defendant's decision, or what did the defendant decide to answer you regarding that?
He said that his name was something like Junior, and the last name started with like a G or something.
That's a good question.
Appeared to not know the individual's name?
He indicated he did not.
Okay. Now, were you present in this trial and heard and saw video of a van being operated by the defendant in a Kmart?
Kind of what it
I'm
feels
sorry,
like.
Walmart. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And were you present for testimony about the trip to the tree farm on May 16th and May 17th where the van was involved?
Yes.
Okay. So at the time that you interviewed the defendant, were you focused on a minivan as one of the things you wanted to talk about?
Yes.
And at the point that you began to discuss with the defendant the vehicles he operated, what did the defendant tell you?
He indicated that he primarily drove an Audi.
Whoa. Let's not go that far.
And at that point, did you and Detective Anxious ask him about a different vehicle?
Yes, we had asked him about the minivan, and he had indicated that he uses it for work.
Okay. Did he say, I don't drive it much?
I don't recall if that was the exact words, but he had indicated the Audi was his primary vehicle.
And what else did he offer you about the van as you began to ask further questions about his use of the van?
He had indicated that the van was available to his brothers and his cousins or whoever needed to use it at any point, could come to the residence and take it whenever they wanted.
At some point, have you been present in this case when there's been evidence that on the defendant's phone there was a portion of the registration document from Rosalio Gutierrez's vehicle?
Yes.
And you heard the testimony of the daughter of the defendant regarding actions on April 24th
Generally.
and the vehicle of Rosalio Gutierrez?
I believe it was the early morning of 25th.
What did I say? April, yeah, it would be the morning
Okay,
hours
yes.
of the 25th. Yeah. And so did you or Detective Anxious ask during the interview on May 19th questions about whether the defendant took any items from this boyfriend, Rosalio Gutierrez's car?
I'm just waiting for them to put the camera back on.
What did the defendant offer you or tell you about that?
That he had not taken anything from the vehicle.
How many times did the defendant indicate he had seen Rosalio Gutierrez total?
One time.
What, if anything, did the defendant tell you about whether he had been in Kenosha at any recent occasion?
He had indicated that he hadn't recalled the last time he was in Kenosha. He said he did work all over the place, so he may have been in Kenosha, but he didn't recall recently being in Kenosha.
Were you present for testimony regarding the defendant's phone being going off Kenosha Towers on May 13th?
Yes.
Now, at some point, did your investigation and questions of the defendant involve Stephen Lenz?
If you wouldn't mind, people, hit the like and subscribe if you haven't.
So did you ask the defendant specifically about Stephen Lenz and whether he was being utilized in some fashion to keep tabs on Sadie?
Yes.
And what did the defendant tell you about whether he was using Stephen Lenz as a means to keep tabs on Sadie?
That he was not doing that.
Now, at some point, did you and Detective Anxious decide to focus on the day you really cared about, which was May 17th, 2020?
Like he knows where the clown face is going to be. So,
So did you ask him specifically about May 17th, 2020?
Yes.
And how many hours or how many days has it been when you were questioning him since May 17th in the evening hours of 2020?
Well, less than 48 hours.
So you're literally asking him about what happened 2 days earlier, correct?
Correct.
And so what is the first thing that the defendant offers you about where he was on the evening 2 days before?
I don't recall
Most
specifically
legal
the
advice,
first thing that he
but this
offered,
is
but
why
he
the
generally
only word
indicated
to say
that
is, I
he
want
may have
my
been
lawyer.
by his girlfriend's house,
Mhm.
but he wasn't really sure exactly where he was, that he didn't remember.
I'm assuming this is a joke. Interesting. Oh yeah, we're still on direct. Cross hasn't even started. So it's hard to say. God damn it, Gavin. Gavin, sorry. Oh.
Correa, during the course of this investigation, did citizens provide tips, Crime Stopper tips, information at various times?
Yes.
And so how were those accounted for by the Kenosha Police Department? So if you're in an investigation like this, in this specific investigation, how were they accounted for?
So from what I recall, there were approximately 5 or 6 Crime Stopper tips that came in through Crime Stoppers. And Crime Stopper is basically a form that is filled out, I believe, by our records department. I'm not 100% sure who fills them out, but they then get distributed to the agencies which may be involved, and then it comes down to the person involved in that case. So on the forms, it'll basically ask like a short narrative. There's also that short narrative is what the actual, I guess, Crime Stopper tip is. There's a section regarding does the caller wish to remain anonymous? The callback name, phone number. There's a section regarding specific names, things of that nature, and then there's some other like checkboxes throughout those Crime Stopper tip forms. So those get handed down to us, and then we would follow up that way. If there was a call that just came in directly to our detective bureau regarding some information, then we would normally the supervisor or whomever took that call would transfer it to a voicemail of one of the detectives involved, and then we'd follow up back with that person if they wish to speak with us.
Have you reviewed the Crime Stopper tips in this case that came in?
Yes.
And do you believe with the massive amount of man hours you've put in that you neglected any of those in a way that you feel should be brought up at this time?
Yeah, I got it, Bob.
No, there were a couple of tips that actually came in, but the persons wanted to remain anonymous, and there was no callback number associated with that tip, so there would be no way for us to actually follow up with that person. There was one tip that came in regarding a belt that was found in the bushes along 15th Street, across from Mr. Gutierrez's apartment. We went and collected that belt. There was a tip that had come in about a neighbor seeing 2 hunters around the time of this incident, that he had seen them in the back portion of the tree farm area. Myself, as well as I think 3 other detectives, including Sergeant Bandy, had gone there and actually followed up and walked that general area.
How is this admissible or relevant?
Another one was regarding a area in Random Lake. There was a park that apparently was near the Anderson family home that had recently been renovated, paved, and stuff like that, which I had made contact with the Department of Public Works out there, asking if there was anything suspicious during that time that they had noted, and there wasn't. I think there was another call that had come in regarding a person who resides near the tree farm who had seen a white truck at some point. I believe it was in April of 2020, which wasn't in our time frame, and there was no specific information as far as a license plate, a make, model, or anything of that nature for us to then follow up with after I spoke with him.
So you found shit all.
Did you hear Detective Anschutz talk about? Well, let me take it back. Were you a part of deciding what items of possible evidentiary value went up to the crime lab?
I was part of that, yes.
Okay, and in this case, describe how decisions were made to decide what items the crime lab would take a look at, so that the jury is aware of how that works.
So in this case, I believe there were around 400 items of evidence, give or take one way or the other. After each search or after each main event where there are items that are taken, because majority of our detectives aren't really actively involved in that search or the gathering of that evidence, it's primarily the evidence technicians and or other people involved in that. At some point when those get entered into evidence, we would then go through and review the evidence property log. So all the items that have been taken and entered into evidence into our evidence department, we will review that with the evidence technician, also with photos if they have them available, so we can kind of go through each of those items, as well as with the district attorney's office. Then we decide in our stuff that goes to Wisconsin State Crime Lab we're limited, so we can send an initial 10 items up, and then depending on results on some of those things, we can send another 10, send another 10. We have to make a progression. Other crimes, you can only maybe send 3 items up. But at any rate, after that first initial 10 go up, it has to be approved by the district attorney's office, which we can then call the crime lab and say, hey, we've spoken to the DA's office. They want us to send these items up as well. So of those 400 items, a lot of those items are, in this case, we did 2 large fire pit, excavations,
400
excavations.
items and fuck all to show.
We had, I'm guessing maybe around 25 or 30 different 5-gallon buckets that were collected. Those are entered in items, so you kind of can take back items that would be sent up to the crime lab itself. Other items that go in are like records, for instance, if these downloaded records.
They were supposed to call in their snitch
that way. So
today.
We basically triage all the items.
So if this guy is,
kind of from there, and that's what
because that snitch is in custody.
Is the crime lab also consulted on what items?
So if they play out the time, they can't call that
yes, there
snitch
are
until
times
tomorrow
when the
or
crime
something.
lab, actually in this case, am I speaking with Ms. Treffinger, where they may request, hey, do you have any items associated with A, B, and C? And we'd say, yes, we do. Okay, can you send those up so then we can do a comparison of those items as well?
Okay, so your agency, the crime lab, DA's office, all these people collaborate to try to figure out what are the best things to send up?
Yes.
Is there ever an investigation where you're able to send every item that is collected? Is that even possible?
I have never done that.
Okay. So you have to pick, correct?
Yes. Yes.
How many items do you think you sent to the crime lab in some fashion?
I would say maybe around 50.
Okay. And then the last question I have for you regarding any of this is, we talked about how many physical places you searched. Do you know how many written warrants you did to get information from different either phones or internet or all the different places? How many do you think you wrote in this case?
Collectively, I think there was probably around 30, 35.
30 or 35 warrants for information.
Yes.
Detective, how long have you been a detective?
Since July of 2011.
Have you ever been involved in a case where more items of evidence were taken into evidence?
I don't object as far as relevance.
Well, the investigation, the breadth of this investigation has been an issue, and he has the perspective of having done this for 10 years.
Objections overruled.
Have you ever been involved in an investigation where this much evidence was taken into custody?
No.
Have you ever been
That's
involved
a
in
little
a
bit.
case where this many man hours of the Kenosha Police Department was utilized?
No.
Have you ever been involved in an investigation where this many agencies outside of our jurisdiction were utilized?
No.
Have
We
you ever
ain't
spent
found
more
shit.
time on an individual investigation than you have on this?
No.
Sorry, that was probably loud, people. Apologies.
And
You can
when you
avoid
tap
this
yourself
kind
on
of
the
waste of
shoulder,
time.
do you sometimes miss and smack yourself in the face?
Judge, I have no further questions. We do have some items to move into evidence.
Oh my god.
Fuck.
Finally.
Let's wait.
Russell, I do kind of think that was a bit of a delay tactic, at least.
Exhibit 1, States Exhibit 44, 48 through 50, 78 through 91, 96 through 100, 111 through 116, 119 and 120, 164, 188 through 192, 198, 207, 220, 222 through 224, 301 through 309, 311
Yeah,
through 318,
that was a great ending for the prosecution. Don't you agree?
Yeah.
321,
And with a bang.
338,
Brilliant.
Look on how much evidence we sent in and how little of it rendered anything.
Look how many resources we wasted.
There's one caveat actually
just
with,
trying to make the defense's idea
with
of bad
Exhibit
Facebook
1 that there are some items
true.
on that it's a
That's
U.S.
what they're
drive
doing with the
States
case
Exhibit
we're charging
1.
someone with murder.
There are some items
have bonus.
right now on that that did not come in. So the state and myself are going to confer later and delete those items off of Exhibit 1 so that it's sure that whatever's on there was actually introduced.
That's a stipulation that we will do. I'm just simply moving in States Exhibit 1, less the items.
Basically delete the files from the
Yes, of documents that were
thumb drive or
introduced.
whatever it is.
Correct. Certain documents were introduced in paper form as opposed to up on the screen. So we're going to get rid of the ones that weren't introduced in the way that they were intended on States Exhibit 1.
Well, I have no problem with that, except that if for some reason it doesn't get done.
It will absolutely get done. Ms. Mueller and I will make sure it gets done and handled with the court.
Oh, sure. Rank her.
All right.
Wrap her into it. Couldn't get my words out.
It's yours.
Okay, so I'm going to start kind of back with the phone records where the state started. And counsel, if you'd be so kind to pull up Exhibit 1, 333, the web history. And I need page 67. Or actually, hold on.
I think I got a little bit bolder during this testimony.
I can understand that. I'm sitting here trying to think how I can make this more interesting for people. Do I open Pokemon cards? Do I read a book? Oh, God.
I can only think of leading everyone in a collective drinking game, but it's too early for me, so.
It's way too early for me for that at the moment, but maybe.
It's a bit late and I work tomorrow, so I can't do what I want to do.
Which was, then you talked about a Google search on May 18th for Aurora, Beck, and spine scheduling, correct?
Yes.
Play court bingo. You know, I haven't watched much of Super. I watched all of Ball, Z, and GT, but I watched parts of Super.
And so if we want to go to like item 905, can you see 905 on the screen, Detective?
Yes.
Okay, and that's web history search from April 27th, 2020.
Yes.
And that was for the Mayo Clinic, correct?
Yes.
And then we have another search from, that day as well. Going down item 905, 906, 907, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then I want to go to page
I'm currently rewatching
page
Bleach,
105.
which I believe is a great anime show.
Cool.
And direct your attention to item 1431.
I enjoyed it as a kid.
Can you see that? And can you?
Like it's a. Oh,
Sorry. Can you see it?
yes.
Funny thing is, King Ginger, I do it for the value of the cards, not to play. So,
5/17.
Of 2020.
Yes.
collector.
At what time?
1:17 a.m.
Okay, and it says last visited, correct?
I doubt it.
And that just means that this web history was visited at that time. That maybe it had been visited before, but this up to that date is the last time that it was accessed, right?
I don't know if that's specifically what that means.
So
I'm sorry. I just want to clarify. So are you saying that nowhere else in this history would that be visited again?
No, I'm just saying that it's saying that it was last visited at that time up until that date. So then obviously the next one's going to be last visited as well. Whereas if you don't have a last visited, that means that's the first time that it was ever accessed.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. And so this is at 1:17 a.m. on May 17th, 2020. And what was searched, or what was the thing that was being looked at?
And then there's going to be like limited edition.
Bizarre new species discovered. ...
On Twitter. Say on Twitter, sorry.
Yeah, it said on Twitter.
And so then that was also accessed at 1:17:26 a.m. as well, right?
Yes.
And then 5/17/2020, 8:29 a.m. Milwaukee weather was searched for.
Yes.
And then from May 17th through May 20th, or May 19th, 2020, there were no web searches on how to clean up a crime scene, correct?
I didn't memorize that entire web search, but I don't recall at all seeing how to clean up a crime scene, though.
And in fact, the only thing that appeared to be of interest to law enforcement was Mr. Anderson's search for times that stores were open, like home improvement stores and Walmart, Home Depot, things of that sort.
Those times were definitely of interest to me because I knew that Mr. Gutierrez went missing around 9. I believed him to have gone missing around 9, after 9:06 p.m. the night before. And then based on all the information that we had from that first night going into the second, So this wasn't downloaded, if I recall, it wasn't immediately that we had this that night. So as the next couple of days progressed and we finally started to go through phones, that timing, that web history was definitely important to me as far as looking at those searches. One of the reasons was because of the receipt that was found for the Walmart. So we knew that that was at 8:36, I believe, a.m. on the morning of the 18th. So going back then through the web history and see, well, the phone had actually gone through Home Depot, Lowe's, they were searching. So that definitely was of interest to us.
But you don't know why. You can't read into people's minds as to why they're searching things, right?
No.
I'm thinking I no longer need that particular exhibit. The state had also gone through with you some phone records, and specifically on May 17th, 2020, the state had asked you about whether there was a period of time where there were missed calls that weren't answered. Do you remember that?
On the 17th?
Correct.
Yes.
And did you remember looking through the rest of those phone records to see if there were other periods of time similar prior to that date where there would be a chunk of time where missed calls went unanswered?
I don't think I specifically looked for a chunk of time, no.
Confirmation bias.
Thank you.
All right. I have finally been a good host, and everyone's links are in the description.
For the chat, I know I have 274 left to 1,000 subs, but I also need 4,000 watch hours, and I'm currently at
Show
1,000.
you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit
You need to
235.
control the stream.
This is from the ANS mobile phone that you had reviewed the phone, correct, from the 5/17 timeframes. It was the ANS phone before.
Yes, yes.
Okay, and this is the same one, just
Okay, yeah, it's just different formats.
different formats.
Okay.
Yeah. So this one starts from the bottom and then goes up. Unfortunately, my reporting did that. So, so this is when we look at May 2nd, 2020, there's a call that does get answered at 5:15 p.m. It's UTC time, but so really earlier in the day, correct?
Well, it's mine, it would be 5, so it would be what,
Noon?
Around noon, 12:15.
Yeah. And then from then the next one up, item 463 through 459, there's a chunk of time, approximately 3 hours, where there's missed calls, correct?
Yes.
And then, and about 40 minutes after that is an answered phone call, correct?
Yes.
So if we take 5:15, so 12:15 add 7 minutes, we're looking at around 12:22, right? Is the last time that on this date, Mr. Anderson's on this phone, right? Until 5 p.m. later that day. So you'd agree there's a 5-hour time chunk where Mr. Anderson isn't answering any phone calls.
So you're saying from about noon till about 5:00 p.m.?
Correct.
Yes.
And this isn't on the 17th, right? It's on the 2nd.
5/2/2020, yes.
I'm going to show you what was marked as Defense Exhibit 336.
Hang on.
So I'm sorry, we missed the date.
Oh, I just said Defense Exhibit 336. I haven't done the date yet. Sorry.
336 though?
336, yeah, no problem. So this is from May 5th, 2020, correct?
Correct.
So we have a phone call from about 11 a.m., item 396, right?
Yes.
And then the next phone call that's answered is at
Good point. Are
8
you on
p.m.,
mobile
so
or
it's going to be
computer?
around 3 p.m.
3:30, yes.
So this is another 4-hour period where Mr. Anderson does not pick up any calls, correct?
Here, so yes.
And this is on May 5th, 2020.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 337. There's 2 pages. So this says May 10th, 2020 at 8:48 a.m. So that's going to be May 10th in the early hour mornings, approximately 3 a.m., correct?
I think it'd be like 3:48, so more closer to
Okay,
4.
sorry, 3:48 a.m. And then there's missed calls, and I'm going to go to this second page, which you see it's the answered one. So there's missed calls for.
Can you pull it up a little bit? Sorry.
Sure.
Or down.
There's a period of missed calls here as well, correct?
Correct.
And then it's the next answered call is at 10:30 p.m. UTC time, so around 5 p.m. on May 10th.
5:30, yes.
Oh, welcome back,
So there's
Natalie.
a large chunk of time where
Nicholas,
phone calls are not being answered.
Brownie Bo over on Rumble just wants to confirm that
Yes.
you've got a Rumble account?
And that's not on May 17th, 2020, correct?
That was not.
So you'd agree there are other times where Mr. Anderson, close to around 5:17 in May of 2020, that goes for several hours of missed calls, correct? There are other, what we just went through are other illustrations of that.
Well, I'm going to object unless he's had an opportunity to review whether there are texts or whether the other phone is.
Well, I just said missed calls.
Well, there's a second phone, right?
I'm talking about missed calls on this, all I'm proposing.
Could be a call is a call.
Call's a
Text
call.
is a text.
Correct.
Right.
So I'm saying missed calls.
Yeah.
So I'm
You're
saying
limiting
there's
it?
a
Are you
chunk
limiting it?
to what I just introduced. I'm trying to get a summary on that before we had a series of missed calls from Mr. Anderson that were not returned that were shown on May 17th from this device. Now I'm saying on that same device, there are other days where there are chunks of hours where Mr. Anderson had missed calls.
Yes, I just want to make sure I'm answering correctly though. Are you talking about the same time frames, or are you just saying in general, just straight general missed call periods?
No, if we want to go back through these, but periods of more than 3 hours.
Yes, that is true, but I guess I would say that those times are, some of them are early morning hours, some are midday hours, and I think the other ones that on the 17th were evening hours. So yes, there are chunks, but it appears to be different time frames that those chunks of missed calls are, throughout.
Yeah.
Okay.
And people miss calls during hours of the day for a whole variety of reasons, right?
Objections. It seems like it's speculative.
Well,
Everyone knows.
there are some questions that only lawyers would ask. And that I'm afraid fits in that category because the jurors know that.
Yeah.
So you don't have to prove it.
Okay. And you, didn't review, you reviewed the phone data that Hannah Judd had put together, correct, Agent Judd?
Yes.
And that phone data established that prior to the chunks of time on May 17th, that you say Mr. Anderson had missed calls, or that the data shows that there's these missed calls, prior to those missed calls, Mr. Anderson's phone pings in Mequon, correct?
Yes, I believe that's what her record has shown.
To show you what was previously marked and admitted as State's Exhibit 290.
Exactly why state calls were before the murders. Yeah, well, you don't want anyone saying that you're not answering and therefore you're engaging in some nefarious activities, do you?
I don't answer my phone just because, like, I talk on the phone all day at work, and I hate spending literally the entire day on the phone.
To your knowledge?
That's fair.
My cell phone, though, never answer because I
Or that
spend
was
all day
picked up.
talking to other people, and when I'm alone, I don't want to talk
I don't think it specifies
on
on
the
there.
phone.
It just shows the calls.
Okay, so, but I'm,
Yes,
but
there's one at 7:34, but there's 11:19 call as well, so.
But I'm saying that before, when you testified that there were no calls, you didn't see any answered calls in between the hours of 7:34 and 11:19 p.m.
Correct.
But the calls that you do have that were answered, that one at 7:34 p.m., Mr. Anderson was in Mequon, according to his phone records. And then at 11:19 for that phone call as well, it pings in Mequon.
Correct.
And you did not review any phone records at all, or any records at all, that during those time frames shows Mr. Anderson outside of that area.
This area.
Correct.
Correct.
Anytime, Red.
Come up here, it might be out of order, but this may not work. On direct, you talked about geofence warrants.
Yes.
And in this case, you explained to the jurors about how you ask that a certain area, basically there's a square and it's all the data from in that area, or square, rectangular, or shape, but it's within that area, correct?
Yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 322. Does this appear to be a fair and accurate representation of the area that you sought the geofence data on?
It does.
And this was the area that you narrowed down to approximately those 7 individuals that you were interested in, correct?
Yes.
And before I go into these, one of the things that the Google information takes is from Android, correct? So any Android operating device is going to provide that type of geofence data if location's turned on, that Google can then, the Android operating system is a Google-based system, correct?
I don't have an Android, I'm not positive on that. But it's basically something that's associated with a Google account. So if there are Google accounts on Android, yes, like, such as Google Maps then, or Gmail. Then yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 324.
Have we seen this before?
You should have, yeah.
Showed us, yeah.
I need to go because it's getting way too late now.
Fair enough.
These look familiar.
Very much appreciate you taking the time.
Night.
I will try to come
Make
back
sure to
tomorrow
answer
with
phone
more
calls in
smoky
your
comments.
sleep.
I had said,
Because if you don't answer phone calls in your
either,
sleep, you're obviously killing someone.
when I had to break it down to the, I think I had said 7 at the time. I don't know if it was
What?
exactly- This was what would come then.
Good one,
to
Natalie.
us as far as the subscriber information.
All right.
It was
Good
low
night,
hanging.
everyone.
This was
Good night,
an
chat.
individual
See you tomorrow.
who was in that square during the time frame that you had requested information be provided on, right?
Yes.
And do you remember that time frame that you had requested?
I don't recall exactly the time frame.
Right. Okay. Thank God he's God. Kidding seems like a good. No, Nicholas is great. He definitely has some keen insight on things as well, and it's always great to see an outside view on things. So. Brownie Bell, I've actually mentioned that a few times. The back end stuff for Rumble is very difficult for a lot of creators.
Does that sound
So
about right?
Yes, that would be right.
There's
Okay,
a few
so
things that they need to fix from a
on
creative
exhibit
perspective
324, there's, if you look at it, says services. That services indicates what type of things are coming from that user that are providing the basically the data location, the location data, correct?
It could be one of those, yes.
Okay, so
I think this means that this subscriber utilizes these services. I don't think it says that it's gathering the data from all of them.
do you understand how Google gathers the data and what they gather the data from?
Well, the service is assigned.
Okay, so these are just some things that they're gathering data on, some of which is the location data to the services assigned, right?
Right.
Okay, so in this particular situation, doesn't really matter who it is. I want to get out the services that are used. So some of the services that are gathering that location data are Android, right? It says Android in the first line.
Yes.
Google Maps, correct?
Yes.
Android device console, web, and app activity.
Yes.
So this is Defense Exhibit 324. We also have another Google, I'm just going to hand these to you. If you could confirm that Defense Exhibit 324, 325, 326, 327, 328, 329, and 330 are all of the individuals that you had singled in on in that third step process.
Oh yeah, everyone that the state's brought on so far has had some sort of memory issue. It must be something in the water up there that they have at the police station or something. I don't know. Or the prosecutor's office.
Come from Google, yes.
Okay. And Mr. Anderson was not in any of those, correct?
Correct.
And did you investigate any of these people?
I did not.
And these are people that you know were in that area around the Wood Creek. I'll put up Defense Exhibit 322 again. We're in that area near Mr. Gutierrez's apartment from May 17th at 7 p.m. 2020 to May 18th at 3 a.m. 2020.
Yes, they would have been.
Now, you had talked about on direct about how there were clips of audio that appeared to be directions,
Yes.
and that was from the Moto G6 phone.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, do you know what app was used that generated those clips?
I do not.
So you don't know what was utilized as far as whether it was Google Maps or some other sort of app download?
Correct.
Like
Do you
one of the Schroeder
do you
things.
know if it was an Android operating system?
Well, if it was a Moto G6, I believe Motorola's Android. So I would assume that it was an
I
Android.
haven't used a Motorola in a
Okay,
long
so
time. I thought they had their own
If
proprietary OS.
Mr. Anderson was utilizing his Android device and a map app on his Android device, pursuant to your knowledge about the data that comes from geofence warrants, particularly in this case, that those are two service platforms that collect that location data. Had he used that to travel down on May 17th, 2020,
20 years ago.
his information should have come up in that geofence warrant data.
Why would that reflect anything on
May 13th.
I'm sorry, May 13th. Why would it reflect
so I brought
anything
it
on
up
May
Android.
7th?
Like I said,
The clips are
my last
recorded
one was a
May
Razor,
17th.
guys. So like, one of
Sure.
the old original flip phones.
It's your
I'm saying I'm now moving that if Mr. Anderson used that same device for travel on May 17th with the same type of the same phone, that same data would be collected, that if that were to happen, you would have seen him in the geofence warrant data.
So I would have had to have then been able to, like I said, I guess for lack of better terms, I would have had to have picked the right device ID, and then it would have come back to Mr. Anderson. So should it be in there? Yes. But as I indicated, I think I'd submitted for like 35 different devices, and they made me bring it all the way down to 7. So
Totally not a Russian, but I don't know that I'd
should it be in there?
necessarily agree with that.
Yes. Is it possible that I didn't
I put
choose the
Lineage
right
OS on
one?
a couple of my phones
Yes.
before,
But from your review, because you had to select them,
which admittedly is Android based.
we do not have Mr. Anderson's data.
Correct.
You're saying on May 7th?
Correct.
Okay, not May 13th. Okay.
You didn't do a geofence data warrant for May 13th, correct?
Correct.
Judge, I'm going to ask at this point to move in Defense Exhibit 322 and then 324 through 330.
No objection.
Annoyingly, my wife already has one, but she's careful with it. So. Pope Brackets touched me. Pope Brackets touched me's asked what the average length of cases are with these prosecutors. Curious if they're drawing them out or if this is just because they have such a weak case.
I mean, that's a really complicated question. I think that this case is going on a lot longer than it needs to. I mean, it very much depends upon every case and the amount of evidence in each case.
Yes.
So, I mean, there's not really a good answer to that, but I think that this trial could obviously be done a lot quicker.
Fair enough. Okay. V3 was my favorite too. There's 15 different agencies involved. He has to be guilty. Anything that isn't made by Apple is run.
Show you what was marked as Defense
Exhibit
Exhibit 339.
Really?
So this is a picture of Mr. Anderson on the day he was arrested, right?
Yes.
He's wearing flip-flops, jeans, white t-shirt.
Yes.
You were here when his daughter was testifying. The jeans, short, and t-shirts that I showed her, were those the same t-shirts, jeans, and flip-flop that was shown here?
Did you say shorts?
Jeans, sorry.
Okay.
Good point, Susan.
She said she didn't recognize some of them. I didn't.
Sure, she didn't. We could open them back up.
No, that is correct.
Okay, not so.
She may well get
Now,
to that.
to your knowledge, there was a stain that was on the shirt and a stain on the pants, correct?
Yes.
And the stain on the shirt, it was determined was not blood.
I believe both shirt and the pants.
Correct. So no blood and on correct on either
correct.
of them.
Yes.
And nothing on the flip flops either.
I don't believe I have the flip sent to the lab.
Okay, because sometimes when you choose not to send something to the lab, it's because it doesn't, from your examination of the items, doesn't appear to have anything that would be worth testing.
Sure, yes.
You didn't observe any reddish brown stains that were of concern on the flip-flops.
Correct.
Show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 340. You'd agree that this is a picture of Mr. Anderson with his hands and arms out?
Yes.
Defense Exhibit 341, picture of Mr. Anderson's hands. Defense Exhibit 342, picture of Mr. Anderson's palms.
Yes.
Now you had mentioned that there was like a scratch. This is Defense Exhibit 343 on the pointer finger. Is that what you were referring to?
Yes, I believe there was
Paper cut, if that.
I'll go through. I'm going to go through all the
Yes, that is one,
photos.
yes.
Okay. Defense Exhibit 344 appears to be a picture of Mr. Anderson's right palm close up.
That's a left.
Left, sorry, I'm terrible with that type of direction. Left palm face up.
Yeah, this is left, yeah.
Defense Exhibit 345, more of a close up of his right hand.
Correct.
Defense Exhibit 346, close up of left hand.
Yes.
And I think these appear to be similar
I
in
think
the
that would be a
same
bad idea, but I won't be
close
surprised.
up of right hand 347.
Yes.
And then Defense Exhibit 348, close up of left hand.
Yes.
Judge, I'd like to move in Defense Exhibit 339 through 348. Yep, 339.
Oh, 330.
Correct.
Is there objection? No. See,
Yeah, just as a cat owner, I have more scratches on my on my hands than he does.
I was thinking the same
Didn't
thing.
have any large abrasions or bruises on his body from what you could see, correct?
Not that I observed. I did not observe him changing or anything, but not that I observed. That was what he was wearing during our interview.
But you reviewed all of the documents, right? In this case, the majority of documents in this case.
Majority, yes.
If Mr. Anderson had large abrasions or bruises that were notable, you would assume that an officer or someone would have told you about that.
Yes.
And no one did.
Correct.
The state also talked about the Crime Stopper tips. You talked about a couple of them. I want to go through two others.
An expert talk about his expert subject and yet provide no information whatsoever. That's what we're watching. But if you're not actually aware, John, this is the Wisconsin v. Anderson case. Oh, and we're on the seal, so something happened.
Well, I don't know if you were in here, Hayden, when I had mentioned that, like, the reason they keep switching to the seal is because for Rittenhouse, the Court TV didn't cut at a time they should have cut, and Schroeder
really?
got super pissed about it. So I think it's because, and since it is so hard to hear in that courtroom, especially since they sit in the back, I think they default anytime there's a break to going up the seal to make sure it's something that they can film, because I'm sure Schroeder told them that if they do anything like what happened before, it was just a tiny little thing, that he wouldn't let them come back in.
Okay, fair enough. I presume you can't talk too much about the Rittenhouse case, can you?
I mean, it depends on what you're asking about. We're on the civil case now. So if you're asking me about the allegations, things like that, the things that happened, no. If you just want like regular info about the trial, I mean, like that's not anything that I can't talk about.
Lovely. No, because I haven't actually seen the Rittenhouse trial. It's something that I'm very interested in. And at some point, I was going to go back and do an actual watch party, probably either next coverage or the straight law and crime coverage. So if I send you a link, would you be able to pop in at any point, do you think? Just so I can ask some questions?
Maybe.
Okay. I don't want to put you on the spot.
I was gonna say, if there's like specific points, I would just that you want, then I would say beforehand. Some of it also, I'm just with open litigation, I don't really want to like go through everything like that. But if there are specific questions you have, things like that, like more in a debriefing sense, I'd be fine with that. I just am cautious with all of those things.
No, I wholeheartedly understand that. There's a reason we can't talk about cases, guys. I completely get that.
Because that's the thing is I don't want to like have a question asked and like I've said before, I have a very expressive face, make a bad face that I shouldn't be making in response to something that I'm watching. So
fair enough.
Just do that thing with your eyebrows you were talking about.
I know, but it's really hard if I'm watching something because like I squint and look into stuff like that. It's different when you're like,
no, I'm kidding.
Talking. No, I
get that.
I
totally understand that. That makes
I
sense.
don't think he's going to have an issue with it. I'm just going to ask permission when I actually get around to it. Because that's going to be a little bit different to just say clipping something. It's literally going back over his footage and the reactions. So I want to make sure that he's okay with that before I commit to doing that. What else we got? Why didn't the state introduce the photos? They probably thought it was going to hurt their case, to be honest, because if you look at it, I mean, it's the same thing with the blood splatter photos, okay? During opening arguments, they made it sound like it was a river of blood that was through this apartment. And then we saw the photos and we were like, yeah, okay, if you get a bad cut, you could potentially put that much blood on the carpet. So, but yeah, I don't know, honestly. There's been some very slimy tactics, shall we say, in my personal opinion. But I don't want to say too much just in case. Guy's a certified cuck. Well, okay, don't care. He just likes a heads up. Yeah, no, I figured that. I'll probably just give him a call and just give him a heads up and say, hey, by the way, I'm going to do this. But I still need to actually look at sort of what timing I'm going to be looking at people, just so that I can, because I do run a law firm and things like that, so I need to actually make sure I get sleep every now and then, have a bit of a break. Get you there relatively certain he won't care. Yeah, no. Okay. What are we? We are... Oh, we're Friday. It's Friday for me. Dad joke time. Hey, Chandler. What do you call a dog that can do magic?
Oh gosh, I don't know.
A labracadabrador.
Oh, I like it. I love terrible jokes and dad jokes. I love them.
Like that one.
Magic dog.
We call him
I should have said Houdini.
Houdini, that could have worked too.
Houdini. How did I miss that? It was right in front of me.
He's a witch.
Or a warlock.
Must be pretty guilty for the lack of cuts on his hands for working in construction. Either that or he's actually just half decent at his job as well.
He also bought gloves, so there's that.
That is true too.
I mean,
What's the
somebody
best
who
time to go to
follows
the
safety
dentist?
precautions
3:30?
while they're working, that's unreasonable.
Yeah.
Must be a murderer.
Must be.
Leaving and suing you for assault.
Oh, that reminds me of a dad joke of my own, if I may, and it's going to make everybody collectively groan, but it's the one joke I can remember. Two peanuts were walking down the street. One was assaulted.
And the other one was an unsalted peanut.
I'm so sorry about that. I had to.
Fine. Oh, it's like I just what is it? Two men walk into a bar. They both say "ouch." Dyslexic man walks into a bra.
I like that one. What would happen if that one guy put on a bra? It would go like, wow, like his sound effects were so good.
Oh,
One for each titty.
I'm so gutted that I couldn't actually show that to Joe. He had to leave before I
Joe
could show
needs
him
to
the
see
video.
it.
Yeah.
I think Joe needs a link to to watch it. I'd love to see his reaction though. That's my new favorite video on the internet. I can't wait to show my mom that. She's gonna love it.
Find this new trend of the state bringing in irrelevant prejudicial evidence and juries finding guilt based on that very troubling. Thank you for covering and having great panels. Not a problem, Gypsy Soul. It's helps me out, helps you guys out, and it gives a glimpse into the judicial system, which, you know, as I've said multiple times, Australia, UK, and the US, the justice systems aren't all that different. Yes, we have our own jurisprudence that has evolved over time, but the basic structure, the basic rules, for the most part, it's more or less the same. So, okay, everyone's asking about it, Natalie. Are you able to tell us what court TV caught, like that millisecond, or?
Oh, it was just something with like Schroeder talking under his breath. I think something about something taking a long time. So it wasn't anything like that damaging. He was just pissed about it.
Okay.
Well,
And
and
you
there
just
was
ask-
something I know, I think because the problem was it was like the second time something like that had happened. Is there
Oh,
had
yeah.
been, I believe, there was issues with miking for some of our pretrial hearings that court TV and stuff had extra mics. Like they always had their own mics frequently for, you know, their own audio reasons, but like with us muting our mics, things like that, they're staying on and picking things up.
Ooh.
So it
Okay.
was more of just like a combination of two things. And usually he gives you one warning and then gets mad. At least when it comes to little things like that.
No, fair enough. Yeah, Brandy Boat. No, I'm quite familiar with Nick. I have his mobile number. It's not. Don't stress. A lot of people found me through Nick, apparently. Well, there you go. And King Ginger asked, "You run the firm, so you're the owner?" Yes. Yes, I run my firm. I have multiple offices here in Melbourne and Southwest Victoria, and I do this as a hobby. You hear that, Australian Taxation Office? This is a hobby. No taxes. It's a hobby.
Wait, it doesn't count as income if it's a hobby?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So,
That's cool
and
for
there's
you.
there's a whole list of factors that they take into account to determine whether or not it's a hobby, and it's actually not based on how much income you make from it. It's I mean, like, you know, how many hours you put in and that sort of thing. Which, admittedly, yes, I put a hell of a lot of hours into this, but provided it's not if it doesn't rise to the equivalent of a part-time or casual job, and you can satisfy the various other factors. Not that this is in any way legal advice, people, and I also do not give financial advice, ever.
There's a big difference between advice and information.
Exactly.
Advice is where they tell you what to do. Information is telling you what, like, your options are.
Yeah. Or in this case, what I consider in my own personal circumstances. Oh, Leanie. Why can't ghosts have babies? Because they have Halloweenies. That's terrible. Why don't sharks bite lawyers? Professional courtesy. I don't mind that one.
I like that one.
Yeah, that was good. Did you hear that they're not making yardsticks any longer? That's terrible, but I like it. Thank you for your super chat, Ben. They've done that. That's great. If you ever get busted painting a church with watered down paint, repaint and thin no more. Crap, what have I done?
You open Pandora's box, my friends.
That's okay. So
Okay,
as long as I can
so
find some hope in there, that's
since,
fine.
yeah, I was gonna say, since we've got a lull, I have a question for like the
Mhm.
ether. So I couldn't be bothered to care about Murdaugh when it was happening. But then I finally I watched the HBO documentary first, then the Netflix one, and now I'm on this Murdaugh Murders podcast, which is actually really good. And I think I at some point want to watch the trial, but I want like a supercut of just testimony and none of the nonsense. Does that already exist?
I'm sort of in the same boat because I started covering it with Jeff, and we got to right when they were about to bring in the financial crime stuff. Me, him, and Andrew all basically discussed it, and we're like, "Yeah, no. If this is going to get pushed out by another however many weeks, we're all out."
Yeah, I just want edit me out just like the actual testimony that happened in front of the jury, and I kind of want to see. I'd be interested maybe to see that and some of the. I've seen some of the offer of proof testimonies. That's why I'm personally not as interested in seeing those, because that just happened to be some of the stuff I picked up on. But I don't want it to be that long. Can we just cut it down?
No, exactly. I think at some point, if I ever get big enough where I'm going to actually need a producer for the channel, in which case, yes, ATO, I'm then aware that becomes a secondary job, then I'd be looking at maybe asking them to sit down and do that sort of thing to, for actual cutouts and that sort of thing. But I have yet to, I've yet to see anyone actually do something like that. Because a lot of the stuff that's uploaded, it's like what we're doing now. But no one's actually bothered to sit down and cut out what we're looking at now, sort of thing. So, guys, if anyone wants to sit and waste time and do that, I'd be more than happy to sit and watch that, and you'd get full credit for it.
Yeah, that was more of also just a suggestion. If anybody wants a gold star, we'll throw you a gold couple. I'll mail you a whole packet of stickers.
Guys, you jerk. What's the difference between an oral thermometer and a rectal one? The taste. Okay, no. So that reminds me of the doctor walking around with a rectal thermometer in his pocket all day. Got to the end of the day, pulled it out, and went, "Wow, some asshole's got my pencil." I'm not pulling that one up.
Hello. Okay, you've been at rest long enough.
We've been what?
At rest long enough.
How do you know that?
All right, thank you.
Something else I was thinking about that had come up was the lack of asking for a mistrial yesterday. Is something that everybody should know, though, about that is something that at this point in time, I don't believe that even if anybody had moved for it, I don't know if Schroeder would have granted it. He would have waited until after everything was done. He'll wait, get a jury verdict, and then because you can grant or deny a mistrial motion up until the time that there's a judgment on the verdict. So you can wait until after the verdict comes back and grant a mistrial. It's just before that procedurally, at least in the state of Wisconsin, is it can be granted up until the time that there is a judgment made on the verdict. So that is something, I think even if they had made that argument, things like that wouldn't have been ruled on right away. But, and I know a lot of people were frustrated wanting to know, why didn't asking for mistrial. And I know the people involved on defense in this, and I believe they're competent. So I think it probably has to do with some type of strategy. I'm not sure whether it's a good strategy or a bad strategy, but I think they probably didn't do that for a reason. And it could be something as simple as Zachariah Anderson not wanting to put his daughter through that again. It's his life, it's his choice. And that is something that you could tell by watching him, just how, I felt at least how concerned he was about it, and watching her struggle so much.
That's a good point, Natalie.
I mean, because if we did it again, she'd have to testify again.
I've shown you the pictures of Mr. Anderson's hands, arms, right?
Yes.
Do you know if anyone
Broadcasting
took any
documents for garbage
samples
that
from
insinuated was evidence on the
swabbed
record?
Mr.
No,
Anderson's
I'm
hands
finding
or
that a lot
under
of
his
that's happening with this
fingernails?
case as well. Like the people that are outside,
I don't believe so.
aren't just focusing on the trial, are commenting on all sorts
You
of shit.
talked
that could be
about
brought
some
in.
of these Crime Stopper reports. There's some that you didn't talk about.
And we did
Show you what was been marked as Defense Exhibit 333. Does this look familiar to you? Just kind of how?
Yes, that is, I guess, the typical form, the Crime Stoppers form.
Okay. So this one says that on Kenosha Police Department's Facebook post, a man named Nick Mercer posted a picture of someone saying that person did it. Nick was warned to take the photo down by several people, and then the caller looked and the post was gone. Caller thinks Nick Mercer knows something.
That's correct.
Did you investigate this tip?
So we did look at, that is one that I didn't mention, but we did look at that one. But I can see it. So on the form, if you look at, normally these are double-sided. So on the back side,
Oh, lovely.
I don't know if you want to put that up there.
Sure.
So this is what I was indicating in the back. So the person who calls the informant information, do they want to remain anonymous? Yes. Will they talk to the investigating officer? No. And as you can see, it kind of goes down to who it gets referred to. So in these particular cases, there's someone calls in, but there's no way for us to follow up with that person to get that information. So when we did check the Facebook page, it was gone, and now there's no way for us to recontact the informant or the person who called.
But you'd agree there was information contained in that post where you could have reached out to another individual. You did have a name, right?
Yes,
And did you do that?
I did not.
Technically, so do we. We don't work on more than one file in any given 6-minute period.
Show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 334. This is another Crime Stopper report. Correct?
Yep.
And
yes, sorry.
no, you're fine. And this one says that the caller states she saw a white female with dark hair on the balcony of the missing man on the above date and times. Caller states the woman asked her for the time, and she only knows that it was his balcony because it's by the exit door.
Correct.
And this says change date from 5/19 to 5/18, right? I can
On the right.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this one's basically saying that there was someone who saw a female on Mr. Gutierrez's patio area on 5/18.
Yes.
And so this one too didn't have any information for you to call back on.
Correct.
But this one still contains information that there was someone near Mr. Gutierrez's apartment outside in the balcony area on May 18th, correct?
Based on what was reported, yes.
It has to move into evidence Defense Exhibit 333 and 334.
Objection? No. Received.
Did you look into the possibility of anyone else being at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment on May 18th, 2020?
No.
The state on direct had asked you about things that could be basically talking about NamUs and other items where if something were to come up regarding Mr. Gutierrez, there'd be platforms that would take that information in. Do you remember that line of questioning?
I don't think you mentioned name as
Oh, yeah,
such.
sorry. Apparently my whole 29 seconds behind.
I talked about that he is entered as a missing person. He is entered through NamUs, yes, but also like through the NCIC, we call it basically National Database or a Crime Investigation, National Criminal Investigation Center, I believe it is, which is a national, I guess it could be a national database for anything. A couple of things would be persons with felony warrants, maybe armed and dangerous type people that you run a license plate, things of that nature. So in that, he's listed as a missing person, yes.
And he's still considered a missing person.
Yes.
Missing person for purposes of the database, but
That's for your recross.
Yeah, that's about what I was gonna scream. Is ask it out yourself.
What does Kenosha Joint Services do as it relates to potential missing persons?
I'm not clear on your question, I don't understand what do you mean?
Sure, I'll rephrase. Kenosha Joint Services isn't a database for missing persons, correct?
No.
And do you remember telling Kenosha Joint Services that Mr. Gutierrez is still considered missing?
Yeah, so I'm not familiar with so Joint Services is I guess it's
Yes,
an
my
entity
question.
within Kenosha County here where we utilize them for things such as our dispatch center as well as our records keeping center. So when we do need stuff that may need to get entered into the database, the NCIC, it goes through them and then they complete the paperwork. I don't know the exact procedures as to what they do.
I can explain
I
what
do know
joint
that
services is
I
later.
do know that there is a period of time that they will follow up with missing persons. So I don't know the time frame. I don't know if it's 6 months, a year, 2 years, or et cetera. But there are times where they will follow up with the detective to say, hey, has this person been found? Has this person turned up? Where we have to do maybe a subsequent query on the person to see if maybe there was contact and they just never have been taken out of the system yet. So, they did ask me about Mr. Gutierrez and I indicated yes.
Yes, he's still
Yes.
considered missing.
Yes.
And now I'm going to kind of walk through more in a chronological order the things that you did and go into that. Prior to doing that, the Crime Stopper tip that says that an individual was seen on the 18th. Do you remember back closer to the investigation, and this was stipulated to by the parties, that there was a resident on May 20th or May 19th, 2020, that a resident of Wood Creek Apartments, the same building Mr. Gutierrez's apartment was in, Lene Douglas, she had provided information to law enforcement that she heard an argument coming from Mr. Gutierrez's apartment on May 18th, 2020. Do you remember getting that information around the time of May 19th, 2020?
So the patrol officers had done a lot of the interviews to the other residents within that building. So I don't remember if I had gotten that information that evening or if it was a day or two afterwards. So I don't remember exactly when I received those reports from those officers.
But again, nothing was investigated as far as someone possibly being in Mr. Gutierrez's apartment on May 18th, 2020.
No.
Damn good question.
So
what are the rules
on
for
May
charging
19th,
someone with
2020,
murder
when
there's
you
no warrant?
arrived at
In
Mr.
Wisconsin?
Gutierrez's apartment, there was a
Is there
search
rule
warrant
with
that
it?
was
I mean, you can do
executed.
anything if you
Yes.
try hard enough.
And
Make any leaps. Is it?
when a search warrant's executed, the purpose of it is to try to gather
get to
as
that in a
much
break.
evidence as
We'll
possible.
come back to it. I'll start and come back to it.
Right?
That's fair, yes.
And to search in any place where possible evidence could be located.
No. So in this circumstance, yes. However, search warrants are also specific. If I was going to write a search warrant for a rifle, I couldn't go into a shoebox. it has to be applicable to what you're investigating and things of that nature.
But in this case, you said that you would look everywhere, and that's because you don't necessarily know exactly what you're looking for, because you want to find anything and everything possible to be able to provide an explanation to what occurred.
Yes.
And you kind of talked about in other cases, how many search warrants in your entire, approximately in your entire career, have you assisted executing?
A couple hundred.
And have you ever done search warrants for like drug cases?
Yes.
And so, for example, in those type of cases, you'd look in everything, even as small as like cereal boxes and things of that nature.
Yes.
So in this case, then, why did no one go into the refrigerator or freezer?
I can't answer that. I was not involved in the actual search, so I don't think I can answer that completely. So why did I not go into the refrigerator is because I was there specifically for the walkthrough, and then our evidence technicians kind of go in and do that work.
And from
I think it's a mischaracterization of the evidence. I believe Officer Anschutz indicated he did go into the refrigerator and freezer. I believe he said he did.
I don't remember that, but
Well, the detective's testimony was correct on the issue about the extent of a search which is conducted pursuant to a warrant. Under the state and federal constitutions, the warrant must explicitly state the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. So his example about looking for a rifle in a shoebox is a good one. The police cannot use a warrant that they obtain to search for a rifle to go into a shoebox to look for it. Now, they can seize items which might be evidence, even of other crimes, if it's in plain sight when they're seeing it, when they're doing their looking for the rifle, as the example he gave would be. If they see other things like drugs in open view, and that they can seize those, but they cannot conduct a full-scale search for things that are not particularly authorized by the warrant. Any question about that? Okay.
there were also areas that weren't really deeply searched, such as the bathroom and bedroom.
Again, I wasn't there for the complete search, so I can't speak to that.
To your knowledge before, though, you said on direct that those rooms weren't really of concern because there didn't appear to be anything that that officers noticed needed to be further looked into.
So based on my walkthrough, my limited time, which was probably maybe 20 minutes, 25 minutes at the most, I did not see that. The officers that were there longer than me and spent hours there, I can't speak on their behalf.
But you didn't have any you don't have any information or knowledge then of that occurring. The search of the bed, you just don't have any knowledge of whether that was done or not because you weren't the officer responsible for that.
Correct, and I wasn't there. I wasn't present.
You did talk about, though, a glove that was recovered, that in between, kind of in the doorway, but in the bathroom, but close to the doorway.
Correct.
And you had said that it could have been one of the first responding officers.
Correct.
But it was never actually determined whom it belonged to.
Correct.
And that wasn't processed for any evidence, to your knowledge.
It was not.
What a joke.
At the time, on May 19th, 2020, do you remember noting in your report that no cell phone was located at the apartment at that time?
Yes.
The state asked you then about some individuals you talked to. There were some other things that you did as well. You personally had looked on Mr. Gutierrez's vehicles to see if there were any tracking devices.
Yes, I did a very brief search. To be honest, it was raining and the ground was wet, so I kind of didn't really get underneath the vehicle and so forth, but I did do a general check at that time, yes.
And you didn't locate any devices.
Correct.
How brief is brief?
You are also aware that drones did an aerial search of the area, I guess the area immediately west of Mr. Gutierrez's apartment?
Yes, that was conducted by the Kenosha County Sheriff's Department's drone personnel.
And during this time, let's talk about that area a little bit. You'd agree that I think it's about a maybe 2 or 3 block radius of wooded area?
It might, I don't know if it's that big. I'll agree with you without looking at a map, but I don't know if it's that big. That seems to be a little bit bigger than I recollect.
I think it's only, I think it's only like 1 block length. Like I guess I'll pull up the map that the state used. State, if you'd be so kind. I don't know if that was an electronic exhibit of the map.
Okay, we'll say it's between 1 and 3 blocks.
Okay, that's fine. I don't need that picture then. And during that time, there were leaves on the trees, right?
I don't recall. So middle of May, there were probably some.
Okay. And did you review that drone footage?
I did not.
And no one went to that wooded area and completed a foot search, correct?
I'm not certain if the drone unit personnel did a walkthrough in the area as well. I'm not. I don't believe they did, but I'm not positive.
And as lead detective, you didn't receive any information or reports concerning that being done?
Correct.
Do you remember on May 19th, 2020, having a phone conversation with Michael Campbell?
I'm sorry, May 19th?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you remember you told him not to do his own investigation?
Yes.
And during that conversation, Michael Campbell had told you that he had spoken to Mr. Gutierrez's mother and that she was the one who provided him with information about Sadie and Mr. Anderson, correct?
I believe so, yes. If I heard in my report.
I have your report. I can show it.
Then
that would help.
Thanks. Yes. Yes, I did put that in my report, yes.
Feel free to read that out for the court so we can hear exactly how you told someone not to do their own investigation.
And then after being on scene at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment, was then you headed to Mr. Anderson's house that day or no?
I did not.
Okay. But you did receive communication from officers who were on scene at Mr. Anderson's home?
What officers?
Sure. Do you remember instructing officers on scene at Mr. Anderson's home not to do anything with the van and that it would then be towed and just be processed by the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
Yes.
Okay. So officers in this case didn't search the van, didn't process the van that was basically secured to be taken to the crime lab.
As far as secured, you mean locked? So
Like-
over the night hours, as the search warrant progressed and as information, officers on scene in Mequon had looked at the van and saw some other items of concern, we decided to essentially, as indicated before, get a new search warrant and return the following morning. So that night, the property of the defendant was being held by a Kenosha police officer as well as a Mequon officer. So there was an officer on scene all the way through the night into the following morning until other personnel got there.
And so then moving to May 20th of 2020, you had interviewed Nuridia Macias on that day, on that morning, correct?
Yes.
And do you remember seeing her phone records and that she called, her last call to Mr. Gutierrez was at 10:10 p.m.?
By phone records, you mean her looking at her phone?
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
Was this more straightforward about the shitty job he did? Yeah, well.
His phone records as well?
Not at that time.
But you have since.
Oh, yes.
And were you aware of the time of the last device event that occurred
You won't.
in that phone?
I'm
On that
not going to chastise you for it.
Miss Macias?
No, Mr. Gutierrez.
I believe it was, well, as far as like the time it turned off, it was like, okay, so,
Show you what was marked with the time for 296.
okay.
What time was that at?
10:10, 44 seconds PM.
And as an investigator, if there's a device orientation change at a certain time, does that
crap.
provide any sort of?
No, device orientation changes mean
Information to
nothing.
you?
We know this.
So I had actually discussed this with Officer Morton because I wasn't
Are you getting flashbacks to Murdoch?
familiar with
I
it.
am. I really am.
And based on, our speaking, essentially the device was
Police officer just sitting
moved
there
from,
throwing it in his office. I mean,
I
what
guess,
the
a
hell was
portrait
that?
Yeah.
to landscape.
Get
or
somebody
vice
back.
versa.
That guy was really
So
straightforward,
the
though.
reasonable inference is that
Yep, that's
someone
exactly what
was
I
in
did.
possession of that phone at 10:10.
Jesus Christ.
PM.
Proud Madre, thank you so much for that. That's
That would be an
extraordinarily generous.
inference, yes.
And that the phone, based on the location data, was at Mr. Gutierrez's residence in that area at 10:10 p.m.
Yes, I believe when we initially got to the scene, we were able to do like an emergency locate on the cell phone. When we do have incidents where we believe somebody is maybe in danger. And I believe they had indicated around,
All right, guys, hang on.
I think it was around.
At the price of this particular super chat, I do feel the need to pause the video right here and actually read this out immediately because this is extraordinarily generous. Hayden, please read this to the chat. YouTube's being a little bitch to me in sending super chats. Everyone in chat, please hit the like button and also subscribe to our Aussie Overlord. He's truly the most dedicated, hard-working, entertaining content creator out there. Debatable, but I appreciate the sentiment. He always goes the extra mile for his subscribers. He's one of the best human beings that I know. Not to mention he has the most handsome smile that will brighten your day, especially when you need it the most. Promise you will not be disappointed. I love you, Hayden. You always deserve nothing but the best. Jacob's proud Marjorie. Thank you so much. And that was incredibly generous of you.
That's
Thank
so sweet.
On 10:30 p.m. that the device was located within a certain radius of 15th Street and I don't recall if it was 29th or 39th Avenue, so which would have been within the radius of Mr. Gutierrez's residence, yes.
Okay, so just back to my last question then. At 10:10 p.m. on May 17th, 2020. The information you had was that the phone was in that area.
Correct.
When did you know you did that
I want
check
it
with, it was Verizon, correct?
I believe it was Verizon, yes.
You did that on May 19th, 2020.
Yes, I think we did that probably within the first couple of hours.
But you didn't search everywhere possible for that phone knowing it was in that area.
So that doesn't mean that it's in the area. It means that's the last location. If that phone was turned off and taken to Door County, I guess we wouldn't know where it was. It just means that it last had a ping in that area.
After interviewing Ms. Macias, you assisted in the search of Mr. Anderson's residence that was going on May 20th, 2020.
I did not. So I did limited as far as searching goes. I wasn't, because of, I guess, for all the moving parts that was going on that day with the different agencies. I was primarily with Sergeant Bandy doing a lot of logistical stuff and kind of doing like checklists of what needs to be done, and things of that nature. I did partake in what we call a line search. So because this property was about 4 acres, in a line search, you basically line up approximately arm's length across, and you kind of systematically go up and down the property in one direction or another to look for any potential items of evidence. So I did an exterior on that line search. As far as the residence and barns, I did not do I wasn't the main person to do those searches.
And you'd agree that a line search is a very thorough way to search a property.
Yes.
And you did not find anything of evidentiary value doing that line search.
I did not.
And you also did not observe any signs of freshly moved soil.
Correct.
And you also noted that the area that the grass area was pretty wet and muddy.
Yes.
So that if a vehicle had driven up into any grassy area, that there would have been fresh marks that you would have seen.
Yes.
And you didn't observe anything of that sort.
Correct.
We talked, and the state showed you the pictures that on that date you had observed the multiple trash bags that were on the side of the barn.
Yes.
Were you able to determine the size of those trash bags?
No.
They weren't extremely large, correct?
They were not.
They could be 13-gallon size?
City doesn't.
I think.
Well, we went down the wrong road and this is pretty common. You use terms like extremely large. Well, what does that mean?
Yeah.
The question now is, could it have been 13 gallon? And was there an answer? There's an objection. I know they see it in there. I don't think the prior question exhausted the topic, so the objection's overruled.
So the question is, could it be? So I do not know the exact size. It could be a 10-gallon, it could be a 13-gallon, it could be 18-gallon. It definitely wasn't a 50-gallon, so it could have been that size.
Okay. You also reviewed on that day, you reviewed basically screenshots and still frames, photos that were taken from the Walmart surveillance videos.
Still shots? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you could observe what Mr. Anderson was wearing in those. And it was a black hoodie or a dark hoodie, white shirt, and jeans, flip-flops.
Yes.
And did you search for that black hoodie?
I believe we have the black hoodie in evidence. I believe during our evidence review, we reviewed it.
Okay. Was there any blood on that black hoodie?
Not that I observed.
Okay. And there doesn't appear from the still frames and the photos that you could see that Mr. Anderson had any blood on his clothes.
From the Walmart?
From the Walmart video.
No.
And then also in that video, the state pointed out like where Mr. Anderson had been parked. And he was in fact parked next to a white vehicle, correct?
Yeah, the white vehicle was the one closer to the store. Yes.
And there were other vehicles that were parked just the same distance as Mr. Anderson in other rows of the parking lot, correct? I can pull up that exhibit if that would help.
I would agree that there were other cars in that area of the parking lot.
Okay. So it wasn't as if Mr. Anderson was parked extremely remotely, far away from everyone else in that parking lot.
Oh, I guess all I'm able to say is that there were other cars in that area. I know that some businesses, they have their employees park at different areas, so I can't say if those are shoppers, if those are employees, but there were other vehicles in that general area, yes.
Okay, and the windows, you were able to observe the windows on Mr. Anderson's van? You saw them? You've seen them?
Oh, yes.
Not there at Walmart that day,
Yes, I thought
but
you meant,
in
sorry.
general. No, I apologize. And they're not tinted, correct?
No.
So if you're standing, you can see right through them.
Yes.
You had, on May 22nd, 2020, received Mr. Gutierrez's rental agreement from Wood Creek Apartments? Or I think actually you reviewed it.
Yeah.
I might be
I don't-
mistaken, from Detective Howard.
Yeah, I don't believe that would be more accurate, yes.
And in that, did you note and see that Mr. Gutierrez had an email address, Rosalio Jr. at gmail.com?
I don't recall.
In your investigation, you had only done a search warrant for a single one of Mr. Gutierrez's emails, correct?
Yes, the iCloud.
The iCloud. So any other email accounts that he had, you did not do a search on.
Correct.
And in that regards too, from Mr. Gutierrez's records, you were aware that he was on a handful of dating websites.
I believe so, yes.
I think the two main ones were Facebook dating and then Zoosk, Zoosk. I think that's how you say it. I wouldn't know. Did you?
I'll take your word for it.
Okay. Did you get a subpoena or search warrant for the records from Zoosk?
No.
And that could have potentially included information of people he was talking to around this time frame of May 17th, 2020?
I guess it potentially could have. There are also other individuals within the phone and the messaging and so forth that he was talking to as well, yes.
But you'd agree that with certain applications or certain social media platforms that data might not be on a phone, that you'd have to get a separate search warrant for that platform in order to see the messages? I can kind of give you an example. You're familiar with the social media Kick platform?
I'm familiar with it, but I don't have it, yes.
Yeah, and in your investigations, that's something where that data isn't going to show up on the messaging in a phone. You'd have to get the data from that particular platform.
So I'm familiar with the app. I'm not familiar. I don't believe I've ever written a search warrant for Kick, so I'm not familiar with what their response is.
Yes,
But just in general, in your experience as a detective, that there are platforms that you have to complete a search warrant for in order to get the communication and the data, because that's not contained on the actual device.
No, in my opinion, the defense counsel's been okay for the most part. This guy's just.
I believe so. However, there are
Yeah.
oftentimes there are within that Celebrite, those applications will also have information related to those chats. So I can't say for certain that that's definitely possible, that some you have to definitely, reach out to them, but I don't think that's true for all of them.
So back to this case then, you didn't see in Mr. Gutierrez's Cellbrite download any messages or a folder, a section that was relating to Zeus dating.
Correct.
So none of that information was on there. If you wanted to have seen what that platform contained, you would have had to seek an additional warrant.
Yeah. Yes.
On May 27th, 2020, do you remember confirming with the fire department that up in Ozaukee County that there was a called-in controlled burn at the Anderson Tree Farm on May 8th, 2020?
I'm going to object to relevancy about the Anderson Tree Farm and whether they had a burn there.
Yeah, apparently.
We presented no evidence that
You can't tell the difference between Apple and Android, but knows how to access all sorts of protocols and that sort of thing for an
I
app.
don't know whether it's part of the defense presentation.
Correct. Just because the state didn't bring it up doesn't mean it's not relevant.
Is it Ozaukee or Sheboygan County?
Might be Sheboygan.
I think that's Sheboygan County.
Really?
You said the fire department, I'm sorry. Was I?
Yeah, that you can.
I don't know. I don't believe that it was. I believe the fire department responded and ultimately it was determined it was a controlled burn. I don't know if it was, I don't recall it being them calling and saying they're having a controlled burn. Because if that was the case, I don't know why the fire department would have responded. So I don't recall the order, but definitely the fire department responded and ultimately it was determined to be a controlled burn.
Okay. And there had been no other information that there was an additional fire after that one?
I'm not able to determine that. I believe Agent Hammer was there.
Yeah,
so
but
I can't speak to that.
because you don't have any information that occurred, that a subsequent fire occurred. You don't have any information about that.
Well, that isn't actually what you asked him.
Oh, sure. I'll just rephrase it and ask it again.
You asked about information from the fire department. This question inquires about a fire, which it may be likely is related, but it's not the same question.
After the fire department told you about the controlled burn, in your investigation, you did not have any other information that there was a fire subsequent to that.
The absence of information from him is irrelevant.
I'll just move on, Judge. You had gone to the Greenview Tree Farm, also known as the Anderson Tree Farm, on May 27th, 2020.
Yes.
And after doing a search there, I know you may not be completely involved in that, but there was nothing of evidentiary value located at the tree farm.
Yeah. So there were multiple items of evidence that were collected, but ultimately, yeah, nothing that we believed was directly associated to the incident.
Okay. You also then, on the next day, May 28th, 2020, assisted in or were located, I don't know the extent that you assisted, but at the residence of Susan Brown Williamson at 3009 Cedar Beach Road.
Correct.
And you did not locate anything of evidentiary value there, correct?
Correct.
And that's the place that you believe Mr. Anderson was the morning of May 18th, 2020.
Based on the phone records, that is where the phone was. So I don't believe that. I believe based on the information that we've been provided in the facts of his cell phone, yes.
And that would have been after Mr. Anderson went to Walmart, he then went there.
Correct.
And the state had kind of walked you through it. I just want to do it again and clearer, is that the Walmart, the Saukville Walmart is, what is that, 43? Is right off the Saukville exit of 43, right?
I didn't go there personally. I'm not familiar with it.
Okay. But as far as where Susan Brown Williamson's house is, it's just further north. You'd have to take 43 further north and then exit off of 43, correct?
Correct.
You talked about the burn pits at Mr. Anderson's, the burn pit at Mr. Anderson's home. You talked about the buttons that were located on the jeans. There's only one on Mr. Anderson's jeans that he was wearing on May 19th. There's only one button, correct? It's a button and zipper close. I can pull out the exhibit if you need.
Do we have an overview of the jeans photo? Otherwise, I can definitely open them back up.
I think there was the close-up that the state had taken. I can't remember. Was it a?
There was a photograph.
Yeah.
Can't achieve the heat to burn the bones in a wood fire. Simple scientific fact.
Yes.
Okay, so one button and then zipper.
What, if anything,
Yes.
did you do, detective? It's a good question.
And then at Mr. Anderson's home, in the burn pit, in the fire pit, you didn't find any human remains?
I did not partake in that search. DCI or Wisconsin Department of Criminal Investigations primarily did that, and I wasn't involved in the sifting, but I've not been made aware of, and at the time that any human remains were located.
You were provided an item
Lead
that
detective in
was
this case was
listed
never
as
told
a
whether or not they
piece
found a
of
body.
glass, possibly an eyeglass.
Correct.
And do you remember taking that to someone?
Yes.
And it was determined that it was not from an eyeglass, correct?
Correct.
You also reviewed Mr. Anderson's email records from MATC,
Correct.
and you didn't locate anything relevant to the investigation there.
That is correct.
I talked about the Cellbrite report for
Oh,
Mr.
good.
Gutierrez. When you reviewed that, you didn't locate any contact associated with Mr. Anderson, correct?
For Mr. Gutierrez?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Wait, there was no contact, like text messaging, phone call, etc.?
Emails.
Correct.
In your investigation, you were interested in obviously getting to know information about Mr. Gutierrez, correct? Like,
Can you be more specific?
sure, you had asked, you were trying to find out information about Mr. Gutierrez's biological father.
This feels irrelevant. So this area of inquiry feels irrelevant.
You are the one objecting that this is irrelevant? Are you serious?
So that information was being sought for DNA like comparison. So I believe that was requested by the state crime lab, that if they had the a sample from the father that would help with them, or that would help them. But then also that sample could also be sent to NamUs as well.
And you were unable to locate any addresses or contact information of Mr. Gutierrez's father, nor could you locate his father at all.
Objection. It's irrelevant whether you can find someone's biological.
Are we headed somewhere?
No, this is the end of the inquiry.
Well, that isn't exactly what I asked.
It is heading somewhere as far as the defense presentation.
Well, towards the ending. A little bit more.
Sure. So in this particular case, because Mr. Gutierrez was considered missing, you had to build a DNA profile, basically, from items. So you gathered, I'll rephrase it, you gathered samples from Mr. Gutierrez's son and mother, and also was trying to attempt to get something from Mr. Gutierrez's biological father.
Yeah, are you able to tell me
Whoa,
the date
so
on
the
that
DNA
report?
evidence that they
If
had,
that would help.
they weren't actually able to compare it to his own DNA because they had to try and create a profile from family members, and they couldn't even find the father to get a proper DNA sample.
So I apologize, Judge. I thought that we had one question.
Okay.
Are we?
What?
I thought we had one question on this area, and my objection was relevance, and I think we're on the third question at this point.
Well,
Yeah, because he asked for additional foundational questions.
and in a moment,
Judge
we
asked
can
for
decide.
more.
I let her ask
Junior found his dad reunion.
additional questions. Then she's headed towards closing it up.
Yeah, and I apologize. I thought you wanted me to lay
Apologize.
more of a foundation.
So this report that I generated was April of 2021. So it's about a year now, almost after the event. So at some point, our investigation turns from a missing person investigation to possibly a deceased person who we just haven't found. Aside from all the efforts that we made, we just couldn't find. So by obtaining that profile, if human remains are found, I guess, anywhere, and those remains are sent to NamUs for DNA profiles, or I don't know how exactly they determine that, there will be a profile, in which case they would possibly get a match of that DNA.
And so you, though, were unable to locate Mr. Gutierrez's father then?
Okay, this has been asked and answered. It's irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant.
You had information in your investigation that a close family member of Mr. Gutierrez also was off the radar, could not be found, correct?
Oh, come on, Judge.
That sounds kind of irrelevant.
It's not as far as their investigation
Well,
into other.
yeah, I think that I think you're right to reach the end.
So I'm asking that question and answer be stricken. Whether
There wasn't an answer, was there?
No.
Well, the entire suggestion that to a jury that something, an unfinished investigation or an investigation for an entirely different purpose about a relative should be in some way parallel
Well,
to
there's
answer
no
it's
evidence
improper.
on that whatsoever, so it's nothing in the case, okay? Any question? Okay.
You had talked, just one last thing that I wanted to follow up on.
Agreed.
Two things. Did you investigate anyone at all, not specific people, but anyone who might have owed Mr. Gutierrez money?
Objection irrelevant who he owed money to.
That's not irrelevant.
Mr. Campbell.
There were other individuals, though, that could have been, without going into names, there were other people that Mr. Gutierrez owed money to that weren't investigated.
There was one other individual that I had seen in I believe it was the text messaging portion of it, that it was like a $60. But But as far as a large sum of money that he owed money to, I don't recall that at all.
And Chandler, I know earlier you had asked the relevance of the state's questions about, whether or not they lived in the field, things like that. My belief is why they were doing that is they were trying to counter this narrative that there wasn't any investigation. So, I mean, he did like 5 little things, but it was investigation.
And ask the court to review this and just determine if it's relevant before it's presented to the jury.
Well, we can either break for the day, or you can go upstairs and wait an hour while
Judge, all we're doing is asking that you review it.
Well, no, you're going to have redirect anyway, no?
Yeah,
Be honest.
I am, but I think we still could finish unless the jury needs to be out of here. I mean, I don't expect it to be lengthy.
The point is, though, that if the detective is going to be here anyway, what's the rush if you're going to have redirect? Because we're not going to hear redirect this afternoon. That's guaranteed.
Can we just finish?
Old enough that she's studying for the LSATs. I haven't been rude enough to ask the lady her age.
We don't want to beg, Judge, but we are kind of begging here. So my question is that relevant? So the court sees the date on it, please.
Yeah, that's kind of irrelevant to me. But what just so the record is clear, what did you give me? Irrelevant.
Looks like some kind of text messages or something.
Just one last follow-up. You had talked about audio recordings that you reviewed that appeared to be contained voices consistent with Miss Beecham, her daughter, and Mr. Anderson.
Correct.
There were no recordings that included Mr. Gutierrez, correct?
Audio recordings?
Correct.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
I tell you what, though, if they weren't able to create a full DNA profile because they didn't have his actual blood, that would explain why the first CSI could only say to a degree of certainty
Shall we break?
his blood.
Let's not talk about the case overnight. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. Don't even discuss the case with another juror or a member of your household. And how about 9 o'clock tomorrow? Is that all right? And anything else? All right. Goodbye.
Okay, no, it doesn't look like there's going to be any motions. We'll just give it a minute or so, just while the jury files out, just to make sure. Literally begging. There must have been something there that he was worried about coming out. So,
Well, and what was the context of that question? What was the question right beforehand?
the question right beforehand was there anyone that he owed money to? And the detective said someone owed him like $60 or that he owed $60 or something like that. We know that the deceased owed money to various people, to various places. Mm-hmm. We know that his bank accounts were in default. We know that he was bankrupt, and that's why all his assets were in his parents' names, which I also find weird, because how are assets in his dad's name? I know the truck was in his mum's name, but interesting.
Unless it was something that was like always in his dad's name that he just like possesses now or something.
Altogether possible.
Yeah.
Diane just wants to slap the DA. There's probably a few people that are feeling that way right now. That was just... Junior sounds like a catch. Look, the more and more that I hear about how this all happened, because you got to remember as well, guys, there's the 2 friends that went looking for Junior like the day after or 2 days after that he went missing. And that, may or may not have confronted Zach with a weapon in his backyard. I mean, we know they confronted him in his backyard. we don't know whether or not we don't know how confrontational that particular scenario was. This to me sounds like something really went wrong between those two guys and Rosario. Oh yeah, and let's not forget that the deceased 16-year-old niece is also missing.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many possibilities, and that is getting back into, there was that question that we'd start to wait.
Yes, sorry, alleged deceased. He could be on a beach somewhere earning 20%. We know this.
Regarding that question that we starred and didn't address at the time, my issue with that, I was going to say, I'd recommend going back to yesterday's and looking testimony, not testimony, streaming. And I know that we went over the jury instructions at some point in time. So, you know, there doesn't have to be a legal declaration of death. That's not an element of the offense. It's not that this person has been declared dead. It involves, you know, whether or not somebody is deceased. A death certificate is usually very much an issue in homicide cases because it will list the manner of death. Right. However, you know, that doesn't necessarily mean that the state is in and of itself precluded from bringing a case against an incident where there wasn't a body. Because, I mean, imagine, for example, somebody got like literally evaporated by a bomb. You know, if you're like, oh, and you turn into pink mist type of thing, there's not going to be a body left from that. But, you know, you can probably make inferences from different types of things. Or, you know, there's lots of different ways to go about doing those things that deals with the strength of the evidence overall.
I think a lot of people, you know,
it's much stronger evidence. Yeah, if there's an actual body.
Yeah, no, I get that. I think people are just struggling that he's still listed as missing, and I think that based on the evidence that we've seen, it's not 100%. There's still plenty of people that have doubts as to whether or not he's actually dead.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And that's one like the biggest problem with the state's case is it's not a situation where there was enough blood to establish exsanguination. You know, there's not like there was a chunk of brain on the floor or anything like that, you know, that you can't live without. You know, it's gut feeling isn't evidence. And regardless of whether or not the police or district attorney's office have a feeling in their gut that they believe he is guilty, that's not evidence. So, you know, you kind of see that disparation between the parties here is, you know, they're fighting for something that hopefully they at least believe in, you know, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's true. People are wrong all the time.
Fair enough. Oh, and chat has corrected me on something. Thank you for pointing that out. Mum and stepdad's name. So he was bankrupt and his assets are in mum and stepdad's name. So that explains why they weren't able to find dad for the DNA profile. But again, you'd think he left a brush or something behind that they could take something from hair or something. Look, I don't pretend to know anything beyond watching CSI or Miami or whatever else, guys. So I don't know if you can legitimately pull DNA off a hairbrush, but I don't know.
Well, I think that the problem with that is it has to do with chain of custody as well, because you don't know whose hair it was on there when you initially do it. That's the thing, is if there's a definitive way to establish chain of custody that, like, I pulled these hairs out of that person's head, or I am literally the only person who has ever used this hairbrush, then, I mean, because it's going to be, you have to get a standard in some way to make comparisons to. And it has, usually that is done, you know, by specific collection methods that are controlled. And, you know, like when they swab, I've had clients swabbed recently for DNA. Like the officers wear a body cam the whole time and like show everything because just to prove that there's no, you know, break in chain of custody, specifically with DNA, because it's so easy to contaminate DNA.
Right. Okay. Just quickly running through chat because people are still making some very good points. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything groundbreaking. So everyone gets this clear. No witness said they were owed lots of money. He said he was owed lots of money lots of times. Yeah. So DA somehow managed to live without a brain. Well, we got to be nice.
We don't have
Do
to
you need
be.
prove that the guy was dead to actually prove murder, though? This is gone girl in real life.
Mhm. Somebody had asked something, I think, in a super chat before I left. I don't know if it was yours or if it was still when Jeff was streaming, but
Mhm.
asking about whether or not there was any political pressure or something like that to bring this case.
Right.
So fun fact about Rosalio Gutierrez is he actually was, I believe, a victim witness, like staff coordinator person for the state of Wisconsin Public Defender's Office, Madison office, from like 2009 to 2012. So
Right.
that was the reason I even heard about it to start with. It's because it was like in the legal community, a staff member of like, you know, the public defender's office was murdered.
Right.
But, you know, I believe that.
Well, because I think his mum was a court clerk as well. So
Yeah, and if you look at his, like, there's biography and stuff of his different places. He also
Mhm.
has a major in like criminal justice and like studies and criminology type things. His bachelor's.
Right.
So, you know, somebody had mentioned in the chat I saw as well is maybe he killed somebody and the other person's blood is what's there. We don't know, and he's just on the lam. Like there are so many possibilities, but I think that there was, you know, if you look at the timing of everything,
Mhm.
I mean, it probably was politically motivated, at least in some part. You know, just because also of community pressure. Is I'm sure, you know, there's people who've been there, they made their own ribbons, things like that. You can
Mhm.
get a case charged kind of by making a huge fuss. I've had cases before that were dismissed because there's basically no evidence, and then the victim threw a fit for a year and a half and they refiled it. So I'm not saying that that's the way it should work, but I'm saying that that is a legitimate thing that does happen.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Well, guys, what
At
I'm going
least
to
in
do
the
now-
area I'm in.
Fair enough. What I'm going to do is quickly run through the super chats. There's a whole 44 of them. People have been very generous today. I very much appreciate that. Then I'm going to pretty much dump everyone across to Marty for the daily news roundup. I got to take the little one to daycare, but I will be joining him later. After
I'm
I
going
do
to
some
peace
lawyering
out then,
myself.
though. It's been great. Everybody have a great evening. Make sure you answer your phone calls in your sleep.
This is very true.
Bye.
Thanks, Natalie. Cheers. Okay, all right. If you have some spare time, check out the Weird Arby's guy. I shall keep that and make sure that I have that for tomorrow because that will save me some time. Weird Arby's guy written down. Okay, check. Since things happen when you're on the show, what do you have lined up for us? Well, look, it was still a reasonably boring show. Let's face it. There wasn't a hell of a lot of evidence aside from like the last 10-15 minutes of that guy basically saying, "Oh, by the way, most of the DNA evidence doesn't really line up." I haven't got a lot of notes that I'm gonna have to give Jeff today, but thank you for everyone that watched. Drew a good picture of you. I did pass it on to him, Mandy. For Joe being here, Joe Smart, listen and learn. Fair enough. Wait, it was still wet after 2 days. That sort of got me too as well, Wolfram. The whole blood still being wet. I don't know whether or not the defense picked up on that, but they also didn't hammer on it either. So he busted his head, got blood on his hands, flicked it on the walls and door, then skipped town. That's pretty close to my theory. I mean, I thought that maybe he went down, hit his head. It's pulled for a little bit while he was knocked out. He's gotten up, sat on the couch, sat back. Blood's gotten on the top of the couch because that's really the only place on the couch where it is. And then he sort of staggered out the door, and that's how it's been smeared on the door. That's my potential theory. Anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Areas where it happened: Zach's Mequon house and Junior's apartment are on the edge of a fairly rural area, so no cameras for the most part. Yes, that sucks. What's the point of dragging dead dogs around? No clue. Mistrial. Judge already ruled against the cadaver dogs. Yes, he did. Joe needs to go back and look at the objections in the case. Shifting burden. I did mention that to him. Guy needs to rebut all the defenses. Why didn't they do this testimony? Did they waste their last witness? Oh, I'd say they very much wasted their last witness. Do not go chilling into the good night, Joe. He saw that. Rebecca said, thank you. That was for moving the captions. Cop that lied to get a search warrant for the van. He said possible drops of blood. Evidence is one small possible speck, which we don't actually know is blood. One small speck. Tired of these trials with questionable police honesty. Yep. My tech comes with a motion-activated water sprinkler. We will get through those videos at some point because I know there's plenty that won't have seen them. Judge wonders why the trial is 2 extra weeks long. Why does he keep allowing him to bring this extra stuff in? Dog's last witness that lasted as long as Waters' direct during murder. Is the dog they brought in named Bubba? I don't believe so. Oh, yes. Thank you very much for putting that up, Impish. Very much appreciate that. Play Clown World by Tom McDonald. You won't get struck. He allows any public releases on YouTube. Okay. Interesting. Tom McDonald. See, guys, I do listen to chat and I do take notes. What's the point of the testimony? Do you think it's a delay tactic? I do kind of think it was a delay tactic, but I think he delayed a little bit too long, which is why he started begging towards the end to try and get through it. I'm not sure why there's a time issue, whether or not... I honestly don't know. Please make it stop. Oh, it's over for the day. Crazy that the last witness they present is just to try and make the defense's idea of bad police work... Try to make the defense's idea of bad police work isn't true, is what they're finishing with the case with when you're charging someone with murder. Rittenhouse case had more evidence and was done faster. True. Thank God not sucking his teeth anymore. Right after, I'm pretty sure I just did that myself. Witness said the case has the most evidence of any case he's worked on. His inner experiences is true. I'll have to try and remember to ask Natalie that. Amber Heard would say the hands were mutilated. Bloody scratch, if that. Gee, they weren't making yardsticks any longer. Got that. Quick super chat to force Hayden to pay taxes. Thank you very much for that. In the US, you can't count expenses if it's a hobby. That sucks. Oh, there goes Chandler. So it looks like it's just me. So I can itemize super chats as a medical deduction. I get to deduct super chats that I send out as a tax deduction. I think. My accountant may have differing opinions on that. The murder podcast and documents are garbage. Documentaries are garbage. None of what they insinuated was evidence was ever on the record. No, and I think there's the same issue here. Emily has timestamps. We'll look into that. Supercut of murder. Lots of useless information. Nothing about the murder. Well, we know this. I mean, there was a whole 2-hour period when no one said the word murder, wasn't there? Just these terrible money-stealing liar. Re-murder. I want someone to take all the info from the trial, podcast, HBO, Netflix, etc., create a timeline of what the defense's case is and what everyone says. That would be nice. I would actually be interested to see exactly how that conflicts and collates. Jacoby Davis, I'm not going to bother bringing up your super chats again. I don't want to embarrass you any further. But yeah, no worries. How is Zach charged with murder if the person's still legally missing? Yep, we went through that. I want to see this guy's feet. I'm betting he puts his socks on after he shoots. Proof positive. Cops aren't smart, especially in Wisconsin. Cops here in Wisconsin love to drink and drive. It changed my mind. Gone from introducing himself as Rico Suave to Bill Joe Bob from the Ozarks. Okay. The prosecutor's refusing to charge a 6-year-old. We will get to that at some stage. That's still something that's important. How old is Chandler? She looks 15. Again, I haven't asked her age. Don't think that's really my place. Text may have been part of the dating evidence. This is true. All right, I'll just check that I haven't missed anything in the last 86 messages. Thank you to everyone that is still here. Saint won't rest until tomorrow now, for fuck's sake. No, they will not, because they still will have at least redirect, which is going to be interesting. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's... Yep, that's back far enough that I can check, make sure that I haven't missed any other super chats. The system is broken. The system is broken. But it's still the best one we have at the moment. Andrew Bowser, weird Satanist guy's even funnier. Okay. I kind of want to try and find more funny Australian videos aside from that one that we watched earlier, because that wasn't actually all that funny. Mostly because I want to allow you guys to experience what I experience. So, legalize drinking and driving. I'll be right. All right. Is it still a state? Yes, it is still a state, unfortunately. All right, guys. What I'm going to do is I've already set up the redirect. So for those of you that have autoplay on, apparently, although I didn't know that, we'll send you across to Marty for the daily news because I'm not currently doing my usual show For anyone that's new, I usually do a show around 4:15 to 5 o'clock called Law, News and Laughter. I haven't been doing that because Aussie police arrests. Yeah, we can look at that. Just because obviously I've been here and I haven't really had the time to do my usual show. So, going to play the outro. But guys, as always, remember, you are not a piece of shit. You do have value. You do contribute to society. Even if all you do is hit that like button for me. Cheers, guys.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. No thanks. Don't mind me. I'ma just grab my stuff and leave. Excuse me, please. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Nope. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Alright then. I don't know what the fuck